Right, well, good morning all and welcome to the the Communities Standing Committee meeting for Wednesday the 9th of February. For those councillors who are in the chamber and our staff, good morning and welcome, and to everybody, councillors and staff who are online streaming in through Teams, thank you and welcome to you as well. And to anyone watching in, welcome to our committee meeting. I just open the meeting with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay, now leave of absence apologies. Councillor Jones is away today, so we have a leave of absence for Councillor Jones. I'll move that be accepted. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Ross. Councillor Fryloff, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'd now like to hand over to Councillor Duff to provide the recognition of traditional owners.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillors, in relation to the agenda you've got in front of us, does anyone have any conflict of interest items to disclose?
The only one I was thinking about just with the, I don't think it is a conflict of interest, just with the appointment of real estate agents, item 9.8. We are looking to appoint Aussie Land and Livestock, and while I haven't used them for actual land sales, I have used them for cattle sales, and I know that's come up through the Coolabunny sale yards previously. I don't feel that that conflict does undermine my ability to make the decision, but yeah, I just wanted to raise it.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Mr CEO, is that a matter that you think needs to go to Council?
Mr Mayor, if the conflict is the previous use of the cattle, we'll make the notation that was dealt with at whichever meeting it was. So we'll put the same notation because that conflict has been dealt with.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Mr Mayor, I would fall into the same category as Councillor Shoemaker.
Thanks, Mayor. So what we'll do is for the councillors that were involved previously, we'll list them all again at the front, so save a bit of time.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move on then to item 5.1, which are the minutes of the previous meeting of this committee held on the 8th of December, and they can be found at page 6. And the recommendation that is that the minutes be received. Do we have a mover for such? Thank you, Councillor Potter. A seconder? Councillor Fryloff, thank you. Okay, is there any speakers in relation to the minutes? No, we don't have any speakers, so we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on the agenda is 6.1, and I'd like to now welcome Councillor Potter to present her Community, Arts, Heritage, Sport and Recreation Portfolio Report, which is at page 25. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We'll start with the libraries. So on February the 14th, we have the Library Lovers Day, and it's a day to remember that our libraries are a place where we can get lost in the idea we are following, find an adventure we are seeking in a book, discover more about an issue we feel passionate about, or getting help from someone about something we want to know. These are all the reasons and more to celebrate the valuable roles libraries play in our lives and to re-engage with our libraries and embrace this year's Library Lovers Day theme to show the love. The South Burnett Libraries will be showing the love this year by encouraging members of the community to visit their local libraries from the 7th to the 11th of February to borrow a book. Each person to borrow during this time will be eligible to go into the draw for a hamper of bookish goodies. Entry forms are available from each library, and the winner will be announced on February the 14th, next Monday, which is Library Lovers Day. Events that have been postponed, there's been quite a few postponed due to COVID. The Family Phone Fast Challenge will be rescheduled later on in the year. And many of the different invited community groups were looking forward to taking part in that morning of tech-free fun. The outreach planned at the Kinroy Shopping World from the 10th to the 14th of January was also cancelled, but library staff are working with centre management to partner with them for future school holiday events. JP's in the community, the service that's running out of the Kinroy Library is also currently suspended, with the return date of the 7th of February scheduled. This date will be, of course, determined by COVID, with volunteers returning to this service when it's safe to do so. The STIG visit, South Burnett Libraries were recently approached by the audio narrator extraordinaire Stig Wymus about the possibility of taking his Laugh Out Loud live shows to a handful of our local schools. Stig is best known for his work narrating the ever-popular Andy Griffiths books and on the library's e-library platform BorrowBox. His shows incorporated these books with hilarious books and promote the value of the library and reading to young attendees. Stig visited the library back in 2016, performing to a huge audience of school children at the Kinroy Town Hall. This live show was full of fun, jokes, and it's hoped that Stig can return to put smiles on the faces of a lot of our children. The shows are scheduled for the 9th and 10th of March 2022 at Tabinga, St John's, Kinroy State School and the Crawford State School. Although these shows are all booked at this stage, COVID may impact these plans. The library staff have recently been carrying out collection maintenance in each branch with old or grubby items being deleted from the system. This process allows room for new items that are added to the collection each week, thus keeping the shelves looking fresh and appealing for library patrons. Items deleted from the collection are offered for sale at the Kinroy Library or sent to St John's to be sold at the annual Bookorama event. The Summer Reading Club promotion. This year, South Burnett Libraries promoted the Summer Reading Club a little differently, with staff completing a series of challenges set by the crew from the State Library of Queensland. The results were posted as a series on the library's Facebook page and Instagram pages, with locals encouraged to join in the fun in the comments section. These posts have reached 6,412 people on the social media, with 347 likes on Facebook and Instagram combined. Young community members who joined the Summer Reading Club this year went into the draw for a special prize. Abby was the lucky winner at the Kinroy Library, and it's safe to say that she looks pretty happy with her reward. And if you flick down later, you'll see the photos. Sport and Rec, construction of the new cricket nets in River Road in Kingaroy is nearing completion. There are some delays were experienced due to high rainfall and delays at the delivery of materials. And the Kingaroy Junior Cricket have also been successful in obtaining funding from Stanwell for the fencing of the River Road pitch, which went through council, I believe, last year. So looking forward to that. So I'd like to move that my portfolio report be accepted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pollard. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Fraloff, thank you. Speakers, any questions in relation to the report? No. Thank you, Councillor Pollard. We'll go to the vote that the report be received. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to item 7.1, and I'd like to welcome Councillor Henson to present his Rural Services Natural Resource Management Planning and Compliance Services Portfolio Report. Welcome, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to everybody and those that aren't in the chambers this morning. Pleasure to be able to report, bring my Rural Services Natural Resource Management and Planning and Compliance report this morning for the past month. In weed management and rural services and natural resource management, high rainfall and flooding over the December and January periods provided ideal conditions for the proliferation of weeds throughout our region. Private property inspections and reports received from landowners have demonstrated the rapid growth and seeding of existing giant rat's tail and Parthenium weed infestations. New Parthenium infestations have been detected at wheatlands and north of Mergen, and targeted inspections on private properties for Parthenium have been undertaken in the upper reaches of Baramba Creek down to Moffatdale with a high degree of control implemented by affected landowners. The Baramba Creek inspections also detected 2 new honey locust trees and have now been controlled by the landowners. In weed awareness, public weed management sessions scheduled for January were cancelled due to COVID implications, and a new 4-week weed awareness campaign has begun across local radio and print media with a focus on priority weed species such as Parthenium and African boxthorn. The campaign urges all residents to learn how to identify key weed threats to our region and look out for these weeds on their properties and to contact council for assistance and advice. And with the recent rain events, there's been incredible flooding, and that will certainly lead to the prolific spread of these weeds. In wild dog and feral pig management, baiting used 1080 baits were undertaken at a property in the Windra district, with rabbit baiting occurring in the South Nanango and Kingaroy areas. WAG syndicates submitted 9 wild dog scalps, and the Ironpot syndicate submitting 6 wild dog scalps for payment. Equipment loaned to landowners. Splatter guns were loaned by landowners at Nanango, Boyneside, Warulin and Mergen for the control of lantana, and spray trailers were loaned to landowners to assist in the management of lantana at Brooklands, giants rat's tail grass at Crawford and Parthenium at Wheatlands. Wild dog traps were provided to landowners in Wandai, Nanango and the Kingaroy areas. In the Queensland Feral Pests Initiative project update, Council has received and provided feedback to the draft grant agreement supplied by the Department for Agriculture and Fisheries, and a final grant agreement for execution will now be sent to Council for sign-off, followed by initial project inception meeting with the department in early March. And I had this conversation with Manager Mark Watt yesterday and this morning. That will be a great initiative once it's in place, and look forward to that being brought forward. Coolabunna sale yard staff conducted 592 cattle tick inspections and dipped 765 head, and a total of 682 head were sold through the Coolabunna sale yards in November and December period. The Coolabunna sale yards capital expenditure plan has been scoped and put out to market on Council's Felix system and will be closing on the 15th of February 2022. Wandering livestock, Council received 11 requests to attend to wandering goats, horses and cattle at Abbeywood, Wheatlands, Barker's Flat, Tarong, Gudja, Balogi and Sandy Ridge. And of course with the recent flooding, there was many fences washed away, hence there were some animals out in places that, fences were just gone. In planning and building, pre-lodgement meetings, planning staff are experiencing a noticeable increase in the engagement of consultants requesting pre-lodgement meetings. These meetings have involved showroom and low-impact industry and reconfigurations. In December 2021, applications received, the MCU, the minor change to showroom and low-impact industry, the RAL reconfiguring a lot development applications which included a boundary realignment, 2 into 2 lots, and a subdivision, 1 into 3 lots. And 14 applications were being processed, with 4 applications decided in December, and Council received 1 development incentive scheme application. The planning team received 59 customer requests and 5 pre-lodgement meetings were held in December. In January 2022, application received reconfiguring a lot of development application for a boundary realignment, that was 2 into 2 lots, 1 operation works application, and a total of 14 applications were being processed in January. Council received no applications for the development incentive scheme. The planning team received and actioned 82 customer requests and 3 pre-lodgement meetings were held in January. Amendment to the planning scheme, the South Burnett Regional Council Planning Scheme Review. Project commenced in late September 2021 with the Council workshop on 29th of September. A letter was issued by Council to the State in December seeking early confirmation of state interest relevant to the planning scheme. This stage is not mandatory under the MGR, however, it is a useful opportunity to identify and integrate state interest to avoid delays later in the process. And then the DILGP's response was due on the 31st of January 2022. However, they have since advised that it will not be available until early February 22. The information provided to the state included an overview of the amendments proposed by Council, and verbal feedback from the state is that there are no red flags identified in Council's proposed amendments on this basis. Drafting on the amendment has continued. And a workshop for Council will be conducted by Real Planning to be scheduled for late March. I look forward to bringing that to Council next month. And environmental health compliance. December and January have been a busy time for the environmental health officers with the preparation for the storm season, assisting the LDMG, evacuation centre preparation and training, COVID response in the community, in the LDMG and within the council area. A full-time person has been appointed to the vacant environmental health position in January 2022. And the team has also set a goal and already achieved a great deal in the space of developing how-to guides for the PNR and officer process. This will assist when staff are away to be able to continue to attend to all items that come up. A project of succession planning is being implemented to ensure that staff are across the many areas of the environmental, public health and other key processes that require EH to assist in other departments. And mosquito surveillance is one item that has been on the sideline due to COVID, and it is intended to upskill staff in this space to get this program up and running, which will assist the Queensland Health and public health measures in the region. And with that, Mr Mayor and my fellow councillors, I'd like to have my rural portfolio, natural resources management and plan and compliance report be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Do we have a seconder for the report? Thank you, Councillor Potter. We might just go back to going around the table for speakers. Councillor Frolov.
No, I'm all good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, actually, I'd just like to say it's good the mosquito program is coming back into play again, because we've actually got one of the best mosquito people, Megan Nolan, on council, and she's recognised in, you know, within the state and federal areas as well. So we're very lucky to have someone like Megan in that mosquito space. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just had great report, Councillor Henson. Just a couple of questions. I think it's great to read. We are doing that succession planning piece with your environmental health team, and I just wanted to understand from that point of view, like, does that project align with the organisational restructure, or will there be more conversations about the findings of that work that you're doing? Is probably one of my first questions. If you're there, maybe Manager Peter.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Duff, that's probably a bit more specific just to those specific environmental health areas, just making sure that, because we've got staff who we're looking at retiring sort of in the future, so just making sure that we can smoothly complete that sort of rather than a wider spread, so more specific in that area that comment was related to.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the clarity. And just with, it's incredible to read the number of planning applications and things that have come forward. I just wondered, those 59 customer requests that have been lodged, interested in the nature of interest of those requests. Is it just, largely existing property owners looking to make changes, or are there developments or, projects and things that people are investigating from an investment point of view? And good to read that, we'd received 14 applications, 4 being decided in December. So I guess my question was just, those other 10, that's quite a lot of applications for a month. Have they been addressed, or are they still waiting in the system?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Schumacher. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, so the customer request could be a range of different matters. So it can be people inquiring just as simple, say, for a reconfiguration of a lot. Can I split my block in two? Or it could be someone complaining about a neighbour or an impact that they see. So yeah, without actually having a specific report. But yeah, they are the range of things of, so yeah, some of them are definitely those initial queries. So a lot of them are those people of, what is my zoning? Some of them are people looking at purchasing properties, just trying to do research prior to making a purchase. So yeah, we were looking at, and I think the Mayor will bring it up. We're looking at actually doing a bit more detailed workshop on those planning, because a number of those queries could be confidential, number of applications. So I think that's something we can probably do a bit more detail of and split out on the type of request. But yeah, just haven't got those things in front of us at the moment. Mike, I'm not sure. Yeah, Manager Mike, I'm not sure if you've got any feel for why some of those requests that are coming through, or anything further to add there.
Through the Mayor, look, generally the General Manager is correct. There's a broad spread of inquiries coming through. Some of them also relate to complaints about an existing development or an activity that's happening or occurring that really doesn't have a development application. For instance, we get some complaints in the rural res areas about people undertaking activities that may trigger development applications. So it's a broad range of customer requests, but certainly keeping us very busy, particularly in the January period when we had a number of staff on leave and with the COVID, some of the COVID restrictions, it was quite a busy time. Yeah.
I might just continue on just through the second part of your questions regarding the application. So yes, once we say we get the 14 applications, again, they'll be in a variety of different stages. So whether first we issue the acknowledgement of receipt, but then it's a matter of assessing, do they need to be referred to SARA for whether it be on a main road? Is there further information requests required? So yeah, again, each application will be potentially at a different stage, and say if we do an information request, then that goes back to the application and to the applicant, and the application will sit until that further information is received. So yeah, again, that's sort of the information I think we want to bring to a specific planning related workshop where we can actually have details of each individual application and sort of provide that where each is at. So yeah, I think there's a lot of detail in each application. It's a bit difficult to say where they are. We can do some summarise up, I suppose, but yeah, without going through each application.
No, I understand it and fully welcome and support, briefings about planning issues. I understand the former council used to do that, and I think that'll be really important going forward. I guess the nature of my questions is just thinking about coming into that budget period, realising, the statistics that show there's still strong interest in development and building in the region, and just thinking about that sort of helicopter view around where are some of the potential bottlenecks or resource implications, and I know there'll be more conversations about that into the budget period, but it's good to see that applications are still coming forward, and I guess it's just our role in making sure we have got the resources to meet those statutory timeframes and deliver the results to the developer that encourages that growth. So I guess that's my interest for the questions. So thank you for the summary. I think that's great. I look forward to those briefings about planning issues so that we can really get into the detail of some of these. That will be good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, good report, Councillor Henson. Just concerned about the Parthenium outbreaks since the flooding, and just a question to General Manager O'May whether we can apply for any government assistance there, because I know that Cherbourg is struggling with the Parthenium, and also now it's coming up in areas that we've never seen it before. So just a question as to whether there's some support from government that you're aware of.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Not specifically, but I do think, we probably can make the approaches to DAF and look for some assistance. I'm not aware of any specific funding available, but it certainly wouldn't help, particularly if we can. I can certainly make contact with Sherburg and as a joint body approach DAF and see if there is any, whether it is even on-ground assistance that they can provide for some inspections and follow up. So, it was certainly expected after the rain. So, we certainly can touch base with the state and see if there is. Not aware of anything, but it won't hurt just to get that that technical assistance. And if they don't tend to have too many people in the field anymore, but we can certainly make that query.
Thank you. Yes, I really think it's important because it has the potential to really undermine our farming areas around Baillie and the Moffedale. Just a big concern for everybody involved. So, if you could follow up with that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, General Manager. Councillor Henson, just write a reply to wrap up before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. Look, and again, a couple of things just to touch on quickly. Cat traps. I've had many people ask about feral cat traps, and probably a question or notice that we must be running very skinny on cat traps, and I'm led to believe we often don't see them back, or they just seem to disappear in the system or out there in the wilderness. Certainly the recent rain events over December, January has been incredible. And I make note of that. As much as our dams overflowed over the Christmas New Year period, it is actually incredible, as me personally, to notice just how much they've gone back already. That's just something we as, I guess, country folk take into consideration, but I guess there's an awful lot of evaporation across that surface of water, as well as saturation into the walls and the banks around the dams. But it is amazing how much they've gone back already, and of course we're constantly using it. I do believe there's more rain on the way, but with our weeds, certainly with the Parthenium, Councillor Duff, and the floodwaters that's gone down through that area, there needs to be some close eyes kept on that, because Parthenium has the ability to just explode. It's incredible, the weather pattern and the season. Like, we've had unprecedented rain in November, December, which has been an absolutely incredible start to the season, not just for the rural sector, but everywhere else. I mean, the cattle industry and our cropping sector, I mean, you wouldn't see crops look any better in the Burnett at the moment, with the potential of some fantastic results with probably some more follow-up rain. So let's hope it does rain a little bit more to finish off everything for the summer season. Certainly been incredible rainfall. I mean, to see and get those reports of, and Proston's a classic example out of the blue, Councillor Duff there, only last week there was 100 and 150 mil through that area again, which is just incredible. And I think if we look at our rainfall records for the end of last year and the start of this year, it's been incredible and a great start to the season. So, look forward to updating each month, of course, and next month will be interesting to see where we're at with the season. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if we could move a motion around the Parthenium and writing to the government with that support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll just get this one resolved first, and then if you'd like to put something forward, I'm sure a committee would be open to that. So let's go to the vote on this one. We have Councillor Henson's report for information. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Duff, the Parthenium issue, you've got the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wanting to move a motion that we that we work with Sherburg and write to the relevant minister outlining our concerns and around the outbreak of Parthenium, given the recent flooding events, and asking for some support. I'm happy to get some more professional wording, but just that's the intent.
Mr. CEO, could we call on your expertise here just in terms of what would be appropriate for a committee resolution there? Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. We're just tapping her up, or trying to, with the flare in our. Councillors, can you all see it on the screen? Okay, we'll just get something in there and then we can wordsmith it.
It's a real outbreak of Parthenium.
Mr. Mayor, could I just, while we're waiting for that, just add a couple of things if there's anybody in the public watching this meeting?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I can't, and I say it regularly, reiterate enough. You know, council has equipment that landowners are certainly able to loan, and I encourage people to in the rural sector to source those, and we have plenty of splatter guns and things, you know, that control antenna and spray trailers. So yeah, I'd whether perhaps we could, in a media release, Mr. Mayor, encourage landowners that again that this equipment's available with the recent flood events and Mother Nature and the natural disaster that's happened down there with the water. Whether we could perhaps incorporate that in one of our media releases that encourages people to come to council and see what they can access in the control of weeds.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Henson. Mr. CEO, would it be possible just to note that for a media release in coming days?
Yep, thanks, Mayor. We can, and certainly the NRM team has started without stealing their thunder, if councillors have noticed the ads in the page in the paper and some of the social media, it's an education campaign that's running, that's getting into full steam ahead now, so we can certainly add it into that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Henson. Thank you, Mr. CEO. That's been going really well, that education campaign. Thanks to your staff, they're doing a wonderful job with that. Thanks, Linnell. So, Councillor Duff, does the motion as presented on screen represent your intent?
I think we need to add at the end and asking for their assistance.
Very good. You comfortable with that now, Councillor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so you're moving that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder, councillors? Yes, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Councillor Duff, do you wish to speak to it before we go to councillors?
I think, no, Mr. Mayor, I think it's all covered. Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, we won't go around the table. Does anyone wish to ask any questions or speak in relation to the motion? No. Councillor Potter, everyone's comfortable?
I was just going to ask, should we have the word funding in there, or does the assistance cover that?
Yes, I was thinking that myself, Councillor Potter. I know that Cherbourg are struggling to find the funding in their budget, aren't they, to do the spraying program to engage the contractors. What are your thoughts, Councillor Duff?
Absolutely. Happy to add that. Ask for their assistance with funding. Is that just, I mean, if we can get funding, that'd be wonderful. I think that General Manager O'May was more talking about some on-the-ground support rather than just actual funding, but funding would be fantastic.
Yeah, yes, I think General Manager O'May, did you want to contribute? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, I just said I would definitely support funding. I suppose I was just more be realistic. They may provide on-ground support with that that in-kind sort of support, but yeah, definitely if they can provide, if we can get additional funding plus that, yeah, we'd more than welcome it.
So,
Thank you, General Manager May. And if I can clarify for the community, of course, councils, we're all well aware of our community that our council, our staff in our Natural Resource Management Department have been very supportive and have worked closely with the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council to provide them with the information, to link them with the contractor and so forth to be able to do this work. But my understanding is that their budget restraints are making it challenging for the council out there to actually engage the contractor for the weed spraying. But I would like to acknowledge the work that our NRM staff, that your staff have done, General Manager May. I think you've done all that can possibly be done at this stage. So thank you very much for that.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we could add asking for their assistance with on-the-ground support and funding.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter, are you happy with those changes to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. If everyone's happy with that, we'll go to the vote then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll now move on to the next item, which is the NRM operational update. We might just get a mover in a second, and then we might get General Manager O'May and his staff to present the report. Do we have a mover for the update? Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, and seconder, thank you, Councillor Fryloff. We might go to you now, General Manager O'May and your staff to run the committee through the report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report is basically the statistics presented, so I probably didn't envisage going through the report unless acting manager of Parks and NRM has got some comments. I think it's probably more just over to council and if there's any queries on the statistics provided.
Mr. Mayor, we just lost sound then from you.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. Thank you. We might go around the speakers, councillors. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Manager Peter O'May. This is always interesting to me, of course, and I'm sure it is to everybody else, but I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. I mean, when you look through these figures and see that some of these figures are down on this month last year's comparison or year-to-date cumulative totals, and I think what you want to be really aware of in all of these sections here, be it the weeds, trees, roads, the baiting program, if I can go to your attention in the wild dogs and feral pig program, bounties processed 15 for the last month, and last year it was 9. And in the rabbit, I know, some people have been saying about the rabbits. I just want to let it be aware that under these conditions, when we have extreme weather conditions in the summer like this, you will see these figures probably subside a little bit because of the wet weather, but be prepared that in a month or 2 or 3, I think you'll see that these figures, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think you'll see these figures will explode, because when we have a season like we've had and long grass, for argument's sake, the pig population, 10 pigs can turn into 100 pigs extremely quickly, and under these conditions with long grass and waters and tributaries and creeks, and people not accessing country or seeing their country like they did previously, you will notice an increase in these facts and figures. So that's just probably to bring it to people's attention, be it, like I said, the weeds and the ferals and wild dogs and things. Look, over the Christmas New Year period, of course, the cattle sales, most of the agents shut down, so things go a little quiet in that department, and throw in again the wet weather event. That's probably why numbers aren't comparative. We haven't had that rain previously, so yeah, it's very interesting, and I thank the staff for putting together another very interesting report.
Councillor Duff.
I'm all good, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Just thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just interested, like looking at those Coolabunny sale yard figures. I know the Coolabunny sale yard working group meeting that I was a part of. We did have a conversation about other matters relating to the sale yard. Just keen coming in, I guess, to the budget period, but just really keen to understand where we're actually tracking with the funds generated from those yards at the moment versus the costs. So I just don't know whether, I know that'll be part of our budget committee discussions, but just whether it's possible with this cumulative data, just to understand how we actually are tracking from a financial point of view with the Coolabunny sale yard at this point in time, being halfway through the year. I thought just be good information. Is that something that we would have on hand that might be able to be circulated to councillors, GMO May?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I can definitely just circulate a snapshot of that, say just revenue and just total revenue and expenses for the facilities out there. I believe, yeah, off the top of my head, I think both might be slightly up, but yeah, I can get the figures together and just circulate that around.
Yeah, thank you. Would really appreciate that. I know we've reviewed the fees lately, and yeah, just that while the numbers are slightly down on this time last year, they're still tracking strong, and the industry is tracking strong. So I'd appreciate that insight. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just might put some commentary around that, because I do know we did have a fairly major clean out of the yards not that long ago. So yeah, you do have those spikes in costs. So we have, where you clean the yards and re-gravel, you'll have a large cost, but then that might be it for the next month. So yeah, it'll help. I'll be able to send something around and just put a bit of commentary around it so it makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. I think that commentary will be important. Yeah, like you say, the operational maintenance is, good to have an understanding of where we're actually tracking with that at this point in time. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm all good.
Thank you. Councillor Fradoff.
No, I'm all good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I think we go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, the next one is the 7.3 is the Planning and Land Management Operational Update at page 38. Do we have a mover that be received? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Second to Councillor Fradoff. Okay, General Manager O'May, Manager, anything you wanted to highlight there for the committee? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Mike, if you've got any comments, you can certainly add in. The only comment I was just going to make a clarification around. If you look at, say, the planning applications here, the statistics are new applications for the month. So previously, where we were looking at in the report earlier with Councillor Henson's report, and talking about, say, 14 applications on hand. So that was the applications that were live that were still going through the process of, as I said, at various stages. So there might have been some at waiting for information requests, and some, pending a decision notice and that. So, yeah, so if you try and match up the figures, they won't necessarily match up, because these ones are the provides that new information, that new applications coming in, whereas the other ones, probably gives you a bit of a thing of what's on the under assessment at various stages through. So yeah, just a clarification for those eagle-eyed councillors that go through and try and catch out those numbers. But again, hand over to council if Mike, you've got any comments. We can see numbers are just still strong across the board in all of these areas. So yeah, just over to council or Manager Mike if you've got anything to add.
Thanks. Welcome, Manager Mike.
Yes, through the Mayor. Yes, look, I'll just reiterate Peter, the General Manager's statements there. Planning, building, plumbing, compliance and development remain strong. In relation to numbers of inquiries and requests, building customer requests, you can have a look down there. And this year, as for December, it's very strong right through. 694 already till the end to this year compared to 998. So it's very strong across the board, and it's keeping staff very busy. I think that'll remain for the for the balance of the year.
Thank you, Manager. We'll go around councillors. Start with Councillor Fraloff. Any comments or questions?
No, thank you, Mayor. I'm good.
Councillor Potter?
No, Mr. Mayor, I just think it's great to see that the applications are still coming in for everything. It's wonderful to see those figures.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm just not great with these planning application types. So I just wanted to check. I'm getting better with my acronyms. My apologies. But just QEXC. I know the material change of use. I'm thinking QOPW is operational works permit, maybe.
Yep.
QPOS and QRAL. Sorry, Mike.
Through the Mayor, the execution, that's execution of planning of a subdivision of a RAL. Q is operational works, QPW, obviously. And what was
QPOS?
QPOS is
that's a plan of survey. So that's sealing of the plans. So that's the actual survey sealing of the plans, where the RAL is the reconfiguration of a lot. So the RAL is the actual subdivision application, and the plan of survey is when it's actually at that point and we've actually sealed those new survey plans.
So there is real strength still in that reconfiguration of a lot. Like I look forward to. Is that historical issues that we're overcoming there, or are they sort of material? Are they people actually breaking up their lots of land?
Through the Mayor, the reconfiguration of lots is strong. There have been a number of applications where people are breaking up land as identified in the planning scheme in the urban or in the township areas, where they have a larger allotments cut into 2 or 3 to have a better congregation of development, have regard to having services. So yes, there is strong demand there.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I just think that's so important at the moment, particularly while there are limitations on land available for housing, it's great that there are. It's good to see those numbers coming through, and that there may be more housing outcomes in urban areas already, just purely by reconfiguring some of those lots and getting better outcomes with some of those larger pieces of land in our infill development. So thank you for the update. I really do look forward to these planning briefings. I think they'll be very, very helpful for all of us. Thank you.
Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just really pleased that there's so much interest at the moment. That's great.
Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, a question to Manager O'May. In the developer incentive request, there's been 7 in the last financial year and 0 to date for this financial year. That's obviously correct. There's been nothing moved in that department?
Through the Mayor, no, there's.
You go, Mike.
Sorry, General Manager O'May. Through the Mayor, no, there hasn't been any applications received in this period.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. General Manager, anything further to add before we wrap this one up?
No, that's fine. Yeah, I do think, yeah, as Councillor Shoemaker, if we do set up some of those workshops, we'll be able to provide a bit more detailed information and to council on some of those queries.
Thank you, General Manager. I'm sure as councillors, we'll all very much look forward to those workshops and be able to drill down into a lot more detail as to where each of the applications are at. So look forward to that. Thank you. Let's go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on the agenda, committee, is the planning scheme amendment update, which is 7.4 and is at page 43. And that has been provided for the information of committee. Recommendation is there that the report be received and noted, and a workshop regarding the planning scheme amendment be held in March 2022. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Henson, thank you. Now, General Manager, we might let you give us a run through the report. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just hand over to Manager Mike, who has prepared the report and that, so I'll just let Mike run through the details.
Through the Mayor, thank you, General Manager. Through the Mayor, yes, look, the Council requests a report to come back to the February meeting just to give an update. I've provided the update in relation to the planning scheme amendment project. The project obviously commenced late September. We took the opportunity to seek the state's early response in relation to proposed indications of the amendments that Council would be looking forward. And we've received a response back that, verbal response, I guess, that there's no red flags. Unfortunately, we were seeking to have that response by the end of January. That has not been received to date, but we expect that very shortly. So what I've done is I've provided a council some estimate of the timeframes, just projected timeframes, and in relation to the process. It is a long, lengthy, and complicated process, but I'd like to provide that, or to indicate that we would have our consultants hold a workshop, an updated workshop in March, just to bring councillors up to speed. And there may be some inquiries or questions from council at that time. So there's a bit of a list there in relation to the proposed timeline. And again, by the end of March, we're prepared to have a workshop with councillors again and provide updates and status of the project.
Thanks very much, Manager. Let's go around councillors. Councillor Henson.
No, I'm good. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a question. So those, when we approached the state government with the early interest checks, was that including some of the submissions? And the second question is, are those submissions going to go to the state government prior to us going back out to community consultation? The original submissions, the ones that we've got from people so far.
Through the Mayor, the specific submissions aren't sent to the state government. It's in relation to our overarching framework of what council were looking at, and that sort of, I guess, was developed initially. The initial development was back in September. The specific submissions will be addressed when we go out for public consultation, and once we following consultation, they will be put together in a package, and for further, if there are any anomalies or inconsistencies with the state legislation, they will obviously go back to state, and they will consider any additional anomalies or inconsistencies. However, the broad framework of the amendment has been indicated to our consultants that there's no red flags in relation to what we're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I might just add to that, Councillor Duff, that the approach to the state is actually also for them to provide feedback in any state planning policies or state interests that they want us to address, rather than specific individuals. So the initial request is looking at whether there's state interests that the state wants us to include in the amendment. So it might be something like protection of good quality agricultural land, or identification of key resource areas, so yeah, it's basically seeing if there's any of those larger issues that are regulated by state planning policy that the state wants us to consider as we do the amendment, rather than looking at those issues that we're putting forward. Though those submissions will be included in the draft scheme. But yeah, this initial request is looking at if there's just making sure there's nothing specific that the state wants us to address as part of the review as well. So just getting that up front early.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Duff, are you comfortable with those responses?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Otto. Just really keen for that workshop. Just wondering if it might be possible, if we might be able to get a copy of that issues paper that was sent on to, and the recommended amendments that we've sent on to the state, and their response for pre-reading before the workshop actually occurs in March.
Through the Mayor, yes, we'll provide that to Council when we receive that back from the state.
Yeah, that'd be great. And my other question, just with that consultation period, I'm mindful it's only, the minimum period, as you've said, is 20 days. And I know Council's keen to see this planning scheme amendment processed and complete. Just was wondering, have we started, or is it possible to start a communication plan or something, just so that we're really clear, like that will be a short period of time as to how we're going to engage, who we're going to engage, what that looks like, so we can start penciling that in the diary.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Through the Mayor, the workshop, I guess we were hoping that we would develop that at the next workshop, right, and then have something that we can put out to the community in relation to where Council's going and the timeframes and the ability for them to make submissions and how we will deal with that. So I guess we'll work through that. It was expected that we'd work through that in the workshop.
Thank you. Yeah, just mindful of the engagement with the consultant that we're using, the planning specialist, and opportunity, if there's something that's been done before that really works well, to look at those learnings and apply it to this process, I think would be good. So anything that they can recommend that we might be able to have a look at before the workshop would be great. I kind of like to do my pre-reading beforehand, as I'm sure many of my colleagues do. So that would be good. Thank you.
Actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just might add into the team have actually, as part of the process, got a communication strategy drafted up. So yeah, that will come back so that Council can be comfortable with that. So yeah, that's in progress and just being finalised as we. So that's in train already. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. That's excellent to hear. Good. I look forward to it.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
There we go. Okay, thanks, Councillor Potter. Thanks very much, General Manager. That'd be excellent if that could be distributed to all councillors in advance of the workshop, along with the other documentation. It'd be nice to have a look at that communication strategy as well. Thank you. Councillor Potter.
No, Councillor Shoemaker and yourself have mentioned everything. I'm looking forward to reading that before the meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Frolov.
Yeah, same with Councillor Potter. With the others, they've answered the questions that I was looking at. But well done to Mike and Peter on this planning scheme amendment update. Thank you.
Thank you all. Councillor Shoemaker, anything in wrapping up before we go to the vote?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all. We'll now go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, committee, the next item is 7.5, which is a request for assistance from the Wandai Proston Wolves Rugby League Club. It's at page 45, and we do have a recommendation there, which I'll just read. The officer's recommendation is that the committee recommends to council that authorisation be given for the removal of asbestos sheeting to Wandai Sports Ground grandstand and resheet the water resistance material with the estimated value of $20,500, and that such costs be referred for inclusion in the third quarter capital budget review. And 2, authorisation be given for repairs to damage caused to the internal access road by flooding to the estimated value of $11,000, and that such costs be referred for inclusion in the third quarter capital budget review. Committee, do we have a mover for such? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. A seconder? Yep, Councillor Potter, thank you. I just couldn't see other councillors there, but thanks, councillors. General Manager, we might hand over to you and your team to give us an overview of this, and then we'll go to the councillors for their thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just kick off. So this obviously was highlighted through the recent flooding, which has brought about some of this, and the damage caused to internal roads is not something we expect to be covered by NDRA funding. The asbestos sheeting is a project that removal had been identified, so it's really just an opportune time to undertake that. I might just hand over to Manager of Property, who's probably got a bit more detail. So the club are certainly keen for this work to proceed quickly so they can prior to the new season.
Thanks, Peter. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, we've had some meetings and discussions with the Wandai Wolves, and they've met also with Councillor Duff, and I'm not sure if they met with Councillor Henshin, but they have submitted a letter of request for council's consideration, and you can see there in the report there's a number of photographs of the damage done to the internal road, and that was due to the floods. As well as they had significant damage across their sporting fields and some of their other infrastructure that they've done a great job in cleaning that up. We do have a fence there that council owns, the external boundary fence, and we have made an insurance claim for the fence. It will take some time for the insurance to get back to council on assessing those applications. So, yeah, our previous experience is that does take some time. So we'll just sit tight and wait for that. But certainly with their season coming forward, I mean, the football season does start in March, and I know that this committee is very keen to get their facilities operational and safe, ready for the football season. So they're keen to have this asbestos removed. In the past, we have encouraged the group in previous years to really not use this particular change room. But just with the way with COVID and spacing out the teams and the umpires and the coaches, they'll really need this additional area under the grandstand and access the change rooms there. So yes, we would need to bring this project forward and remove the asbestos and put in some new sheeting. So that is of a priority for us from a property point of view, but really keen to see some money to fix up their entrance and their track as well, because it has got some large ruts and potholes, as you can see in those photographs.
Thank you, Manager. We'll go to councillors. Councillor Proloff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can I just ask, was Councillor Potter as the Sport and Rec portfolio holder, was she involved in any of this, or Because how much money have we already spent on Wondai? Can I ask that?
In
Thank
regards,
you. General Manager.
Yeah, you go, Leanne.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'll just reply to the first question in regards to the Sport and Rec councillor being invited. No, the Sport and Rec councillor wasn't invited to this initial meeting. It was a request of the I think the Wondai Wolves approached Councillor Duff through, and it was just really through the email and through that flood period, you know, the groups down there trying to push through and trying to do a lot of cleanup. So we met on site with Mick Astle, the president, but we also have met on site there with the Lions Club, just walking through and looking at the damage as people were working through the cleanup. So that's from our point of view. But in regards to other money spent down there, from my section, property have only assisted the Wondai Lions, and we provided some extra taping, some barricade mesh to quickly put in place around their awning where they've got a large amount of damage to their pavers and gravel there. And we're yet to go back to the Lions to find out what sort of assistance they need, because they were talking to their insurer first, and we really need an outcome on their insurance before we progress any further with the Lions. So these other items that have come through from the Wondai Wolves, on the grandstand, the grandstand is not the Wondai Wolves asset, it is a council asset. The external fence is a council asset, and the entrance and the track is probably a shared responsibility with council, the Wondai Wolves and the Lions Club and other users like the Garden Club and stuff.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I'm curious to know, can any of this be funded through the disaster management application? Does it fall under that because it was done through the floods? And with regards, I'd just like to bring to the point that, you know, this is something that probably really needs to be done, but Councillor Shoemaker brought forward the mountain bike club track the other day, and we did turn that bring that forward to another council meeting. So I just thought I'd better bring that up because that was something that we really needed to do basically now, but we've brought that we sort of put that back for them, so that's made it a bit impossible for the mountain bike club to do that work, and that is on council land also. But yeah, no, that's all, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to bring those points forward.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've read over the report. I'd like to certainly thank Leanne and her team for the work on this. I've also read over the President's email, and I'm of the view that we do have to do this project. I know how important rugby league is here in the South Burnett, and particularly for young people. I also am concerned, I read in the President's email that, you know, while they haven't been using the building, the actual change room underneath the grandstand, when people are sitting up on the grandstand, walking along and alike, it's causing vibration, which is actually disturbing the asbestos underneath. There are broken pieces. You know, the flood has happened. I do like the idea that we are actually replacing it with something that potentially could withstand, I understand, moisture, which would be a better outcome. It is, you know, as always, decisions like this are not taken easily. But I do think in this case, when it comes to the actual lease implications, from what I've read and understand, and maybe if I can just clarify with you, Manager Leanne, that this is actually council's responsibility. It's unclear in the lease that, you know, the club should be responsible for this. This is another example of an ageing asset that actually requires repair and I'd just like to confirm that's the case. Manager Leanne, have I read that correctly?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Most definitely, this asset is a council asset, and the responsibility of the capital works and the improvements to the grandstand is probably council's responsibility. I mean, we certainly work in partnership with the groups, and if there's ways that we can work together to achieve the outcomes, then that's great. But I certainly agree with what you're saying. We would like to have the asbestos removed. If this group is going to really need to occupy this space, we certainly would like to have the asbestos totally removed from the site and made safe.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Based on that and the report and information that you've found, I do think we do need to find the money in the capital budget to make this happen. I am worried about families and young people using these facilities, and I do think if we don't follow through with this, I worry that we're actually neglecting our responsibility to provide a safe place for our community to engage in sport and recreation. So I'm fully supportive of this request, and I am also supportive of the fact that you've done your homework and we'll try to replace it with a material that will withstand a bit more moisture into the future. So I'm fully supportive. Thank you for the work that's been done.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that just on Councillor Potter's, Councillor Frolof's comments. That email was sent to me from the president, and I just forwarded it on to the manager, and then I didn't meet on site with the committee. I was just forwarded the email through. But I have spoken to the president, and they're very concerned and trying to get it fast-tracked because of the start of the season. That grandstand has been unsafe for some time. I'm very, very concerned, as Councillor Shoemaker has pointed out, about the asbestos. It's a safety issue, so I'm really concerned and think we need to do that ASAP. And equally, the access there is not desirable for when they're starting their season. That access is very rough, and it would be just great if we could get into that one as well and get that done before they start their football season. And also hoping we can fast track that fencing too, because it looks very unsightly at the moment with the flood damage. It'd be just great if we could have all that in place and looking tidy before they start their season, but really keen to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this. I'll also bring to your attention, I think it would be fair to say, if you look on those photos, that was dated the 2nd of December. And since then, there's been some fairly serious rain events again. It's put water. And in communication with some of the locals and the residents in Wandai, when asked about that water and that event, many had never seen any amount of water like that go down through the footy fields or the bowls club. So, you want to talk 1 in 100 or 1 or 2 in 200. Not only did it happen once, but they didn't get the same water the second time. But I think it's fair to say they've probably had they've been inundated with a serious amount of rain down through there since that event as well. So yeah, I'm all supportive of this. And again, the Wandai Football Club is pretty legendary within the South Burnett and home to many great players and some fierce rivalry in amongst our other townships. So, and I wish the new committee on the Wandai Football Club all the success for this year. We're looking forward to seeing them on the paddock. And whatever we do there, hopefully leads to some fierce competition on the field as well as in the dressing sheds and the referees' quarters.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Shoemaker, anything, closing comments from you? And then I'll come back to you, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did just have one question in terms of, I noted in the email on page 54, there's some commentary here from the president in relation to the clubhouse and movement of the corners of the clubhouse. It says that they've been talking with our team since the 25th of August, and I'm just wondering if anyone can provide an update as to that situation and where things are at, or if we can lean in and find out some more. Manager Leanne, are you able to provide some context about that?
Yes, I can. I think they've been talking through with Lucas Bell through Sport and Recreation, but from a property point of view, we have inspected that site previously. We are aware of the issue that they have got structurally with their clubhouse. They do need some advice and expertise. Most likely they will need a structural engineer to have a look at that and come up with some alternative options or fixes. And, it's certainly something that we might be able to talk to them through this round of the super fund and there's a couple of other grants out there at the moment that this community group could apply for and get some assistance where they have, a structural engineer have a look at it. They may need to do some repairs, but they'll need some designs about how they go about that repairs because, yes, the corner of their building has got some large cracks and it's got some subsiding as well. So it's going to cause other structural issues to the rest of the building if they don't fix it. But that did not occur overnight. It's something that has slowly been becoming an issue. But they just need some really good assistance and some advice in that space. We can certainly lead them down that path and help them to go about that. But yes, it will cost some significant money to look at that.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I don't want to leave that for another period of time, particularly if it's structural. That's concerning. So, GMO May, I don't know if you're able to work with your team just to follow through and provide that support and advice, particularly in terms of getting that expertise that's needed to fix that problem. Is that something we can take away from the meeting and work toward together? Because I appreciate, property and sport and rec, it might be an overlap and opportunity to work together.
Yeah, no, most definitely. We can certainly talk to them and particularly, we'll need to go back to them following today's meeting on these other matters. But yeah, it's just important to note the clubhouse is their asset, it's not council's asset. So we'll be assisting, I suppose, providing contacts and details. And I think this is probably potentially some of the issues with the those leases down there is there's confusion. I think when the email was written, whether there is a train of thought that they thought that the clubhouse is council's or the grandstand. So it's just clarifying the ownership of those. But yeah, we definitely can work with them and try assist where we can. Probably just the other comment had just answering Councillor Potter's question from before about flood damage is that the NDWA won't cover those internal roads of a facility, sports ground, parks and that. It's ineligible for funding through that process.
Just thank you. Just final closing comment, I guess. I think it'd be great just to provide that support. Thank you very much. And maybe timely to review, as part of this, review that lease with the new club and just get clear in terms of who's responsible for what and how we overcome some of these challenges so we can set that club up for success, I guess, is the things I'm thinking. But thank you for the mammoth amount of work that's gone into this. And yes, I certainly commend it to the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter, did you have something before we wrap up? Sorry,
yes.
Thank you.
No, that's all right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of thanks for that clarification, Peter. But in the report, it says that you'd put in a application to the insurance for submission. So I'm gathering that insurance is basically null and void with regarding the fencing and the roads. Correct me if I'm wrong with that one. But the other one, are we allowed to start doing any of this work if the fence is covered by insurance? Are we allowed to do any work on that fence before the insurance claim comes back? Because I'm thinking we're not allowed to do that. Again, I stand to be corrected, but I do look forward to working with the club regarding the clubhouse and also that clarification around who owns what, because I think that really needs to be everyone needs to be on the same page and we all need to know what we're responsible for. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just probably in response to those, yeah, so the insurance claim is on the fence, so because the fence was on council's asset register, so it was insured, so that claim is in. We can talk to the insurer, I suppose, around the timing of that, but yeah, it is a difficult one because they do often take some time when you take the risk if we do it prior. The other issue with the fencing is I believe that the contractors, and then I would have to confirm this, but I'm sure the contractors that were quoting on that were not able to complete the fencing in the near future anyway, because I did actually ask a question of the team or something, if how quickly could they get it, and yeah, I think they'd be pushing off other jobs and that to try and get that. So that could be another issue is in getting the fence prior to the footy season. So maybe there can be some tidy up, but yeah, that could be an issue as well. So definitely no guarantees on the fence timing.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. I'm just listening to councillors' conversation there, General Manager, and before we resolve this, just wondering, would it be possible perhaps organise a meeting with the committee of the club and to invite the portfolio councillor Potter, councillor Duff, and any other councillors who'd be interested in attending that, just so that we can have a conversation with the committee down there to clarify actually who does own which assets, because yeah, there does seem to be some confusion when one reads the email from the president, and also to just clarify the expectations around timing in relation to these matters, the completion of the works. Is that something that I could leave with you, General Manager?
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, we'll organise that. That's
and just send it out to all councillors. Yeah, thank you. Okay, then we might go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll keep moving along, and we're up to item. Get my technology working. We're up to item 7.6, which is the removal of graffiti from structures located on boundaries shared with council-controlled land. That's at page 55, where the recommendation committee is that the committee recommend to council, one, that council supports the Chief Executive Officer appointing graffiti removal officers as per the Summary Offence Act 2005. 2, that a preferred supplier arrangement be entered into for the removal of graffiti from structures located on boundaries shared with council-controlled land. 3, that the process identified by the Summary Offence Act 2005 be implemented to remove graffiti from structures located on boundaries shared with council-controlled land. And 4, that a report be brought back to council presenting a graffiti management policy, operational procedure and a communication plan supporting the implementation of the policy and procedure. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Potter. General Manager, over to you, and then we'll go to councillors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I might just hand this one directly over to Manager Lyle. He's put a lot of work and research into preparing, researching this and preparing the report. So I won't. So I'll hand over to the Manager.
Thank you, General Manager O'May, and through the Mayor. Yes, Council is probably aware that there are a number of issues with graffiti on buildings and fences adjoining council property. The issue has been, how do we deal with that? I have undertaken some extensive investigation and had a little bit of assistance in relation to finding out what. In relation to other local governments, how do they deal with it? And basically, it is able to be controlled under the Summary Offences Act. Generally, the complaints that we have get dealt with. We consult with the owner of the property, and generally we can achieve some outcomes. However, there are some difficult customers out there who refuse to take any action, having regard that the fence doesn't annoy them facing council boundary. So there are opportunities under the Act to undertake that work, and in essence, the CEO would appoint graffiti removal officers. I've included there that we enter into a preferred supplier arrangement. I'm not sure that we have a specific preferred supplier. We do have contractors that do remove graffiti and assist us in other areas, parks and gardens and so on. So it may be an opportunity to include them in any approval, but that'd be a administrative process through the Chief Executive's office. It's just to get the matter on council's table, bring it to attention that we can undertake this process, and it is envisaged that through council's process, the officers involved would probably be the compliance officers and possibly parks and gardens officers be appointed, so that they have the ability to act when it's offensive or yes, a very offensive sort of graffiti. Not indicating. Having a policy would put a bit of context around the process. Hasn't been developed yet. It would take a bit of time and some staffing, resourcing to do that. We may need to possibly workshop some of that. Sometimes policies lock us into doing work when we don't need to, or require us to not do work when we consider that it's necessary. So we just need to develop that further. But this will give the ability for the CEO to do that, to appoint officers post haste, and we can undertake some of those touchy areas that haven't been attended to in the past.
Thank you, Manager. We'll go to councillors now. Councillor Frolov.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I am very happy with this, because all over the area, and as Councillor Shoemaker knows, in Fisher Street and Kingaroy, you drive up that town and you've got graffiti everywhere. So, yeah, thank you, Mike, for everything. This is good.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think this is wonderful that we're actually putting this and getting the policy already sorted. The guys council and did an amazing job removing that last lot of graffiti at the Big Peanut and everything. So look, I think this is something that's really, really needed. Thank you. And I'd love to know just how much money we do spend on council time, organising the graffiti to get cleaned, how much we spend to get it clean, because I think this is something community would like to know, how much this sort of damage is causing council.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Manager Lyle, I applaud you. This is excellent. Thank you for all of your effort in terms of researching this and really looking at what other councils do. Councillor Frolov's very right. Graffiti, I have seen many residents in Division 4 and across the region who are victims of graffiti, and it's just terrible. I really do appreciate council team clearing the graffiti off of the Freeman Estate walls, and I know that was something that wasn't traditionally within the controls of council. So actually having this additional information and really understanding what other councils are doing in this space, and being able to just delegate that authority to the CEO, so that when we are victims of graffiti, the people doing the damage do not get the satisfaction in seeing it every day, and that we can restore that community pride in terms of actually clearing it off rather quickly, rather than sort of being hamstrung, which certainly has happened in the past. So this is excellent. Thank you so much. I think the resources actually put toward developing a policy and just being really clear in terms of who's responsible for what and how this will roll out. It's really important. And yeah, just can't thank you enough for the work that you've done. I know it's very important to residents of the region, so thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted a question to Manager Lyle. This point number 2, that a preferred supplier arrangement be entered into for the removal of graffiti from structures located on boundaries shared with council-controlled land. I'm just confused as to whether we are planning to use our council offices, as I thought you had outlined, or whether we're going to preferred supplier and getting a contractor.
Is through the Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor. Yes, look, we have, there are contractors out there that have specialist equipment and chemicals and so on to use in relation to graffiti removal. There has been times when council might wish to undertake some work themselves, and it may not work out correctly. So that was my thoughts in that particular area. However, if we don't find a suitable supplier, then we'll authorise a council officer and equip them with the equipment and the adequate appliances to remove the graffiti. But I believe there is one supplier out there, but I'm not aware of the whole management operation in relation to that private operation.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just make a comment in that. So we generally use a contractor who is specialised in this for the removal of graffiti, because sometimes you can make it worse if you use the wrong material. So the difference here, the graffiti removal officers we're talking about here are the officers who can authorise the removal of the graffiti. They're not necessarily the guys that go and scrub it off. So because we're actually undertaking work on someone else's structure, so they're actually the fellas that would. So they would. I would envisage they would authorise the contractor who's set up and got the right gear for the removal, because depending on the type of the graffiti, the treatment might be different. So, yeah, the graffiti removal officers will be the fellas who authorise it. I envisage we would use the contractor that we use. So this is on those public or property that we don't own. But if there's graffiti on a fence, we're likely removing it from 4 or 5 of council's assets anyway. So we would probably be using the same contractor just to continue on that. So this isn't removing it from toilets and signs and different things. That's our core role because they're our asset. This is talking about removing it from the fences and those other building structures that we don't own. So just hope that clarifies that point a little bit.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Manager. Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just add, I think this is a wonderful document, and congratulations to the staff and Manager Mike for putting this together. I'll just add a good field story this morning, and in relation to graffiti. As we know, the big peanut got graffitied there some weeks ago, only a new structure. I was fortunate enough this morning to take my neighbour's car in for a service into the establishment across the road from Lyons Park, Dundas Holden. Now, they were that busy, I had to wait in a queue there. There was tourists there that had a caravan that had passed through Kingaroy when that had been done. And they were absolutely disgusted and so disappointed. They absolutely loved that park, and Danita Potter, Councillor Potter and the community that worked so hard to get that peanut there. They'd come back through Kingaroy and were getting some work done on their vehicle at that establishment and seen that it had been cleaned, and were just over the moon. With that, there was the people that were associated and the people that were there in the queue wanting to get particular work done all came to me, and I said I was actually going to Chambers meeting today, and they said, I've got something for you. And I thought, okay, here we go. We're going to get smashed here. Every single one of them complimented the staff on the fact that they'd fixed that graffiti and vandalism on that big peanut. What a wonderful job, along with the park and the facilities there, and made comment about how many people actually use that park and that peanut van that's there, and came up with a few suggestions that I'll bring up later on at a more appropriate time. But congratulations on this document, and I think that is an absolutely wonderful story to come back out of the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshin. Councillor Shoemaker, closing comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all. We'll go to the vote then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to item 8.1, and I'd like to welcome Councillor Froloff to present her Waste Management Portfolio Report, which is at page 58. Thank you, Councillor Froloff.
Thank you, Mayor. During the December and January period, the State Department of Environment and Science, DES, undertook routine audit inspection of Kingaroy landfill. They requested a report on a number of items. This was successfully completed, and as a result, had the team attend to some items that had not been highlighted previously. These matters will assist staff and contractors on the site to ensure compliance with Environmental Authority permit for the site. DES also undertook drone mapping of the 4 main landfill sites, Mergen, Wandai, Kingaroy and Anango, whilst visiting the area. These will assist the state and council in regard to compaction of waste and lifespan of these sites. There was also requirements in regard to an EA on how much waste is coming into the site, and if that is reflected by the drone imagery. A new permanent camera has been set up at Cloyna, and a new pit was dug at Nanango in December. Asbestos prices have changed, now charged by the tonne instead of the metre. This will assist with charges and reduce costs for customers. I'd like my waste portfolio to be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Froloff. We have a second, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Go the other way this time. Councillor Henson.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm good with that. Thank you, Councillor Froloff.
Councillor Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering, with the Cloyna camera, has the signage that the students put there, do we think that it's made a difference and people are taking notice of that signage? And is the reason for the camera just because we were always going to put one, or has there been more trouble at the Cloyna transfer station?
Through the Mayor. Look, I don't have an update on Cloyna at the moment, but the signage, I believe it has attracted interest from the community, being the local school, but I haven't got an update in relation to whether it has made a difference. I'm suspecting that there still are recalcitrant litterers out there who are still dumping, but I can come back to council with some more particulars at a later date.
Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know there's a waste workshop coming up, which I'm very much looking forward to, that's been scheduled for councillors. I just have circulated with the team, and I'm sure you've all seen the Minister for Environment, Great Barrier Reef Science and Youth Affairs, Honorary Megan Scanlon, just recently announced a $2.1 million waste package. And I know part of that was very important to the LGAQ and the other 77 councils of Queensland in terms of the $1 billion that's been attributed from that fund to offset the waste levy for the next 10 years. But reading over sort of the announcement that I have shared, I understand the government's got that ambitious goal to divert 80% of waste from landfill, and that they are looking to invest in collection infrastructure such as green bins, organic processing, or initiatives to stop waste going to landfill. And I know we've done that audit recently, which sort of demonstrated that there was quite a significant amount, I think 30% off the top of my head, of organic material in our bins that could potentially be diverted from waste landfill. So I'm just really mindful of all this information. I know there's so much happening in this space, and we've had some really fruitful discussions about recycling and the future for the South Burnett. I'm just wondering if there is some work that could be done just to further understand that fund and how council may be able to take advantage of these opportunities and support our region to, I guess, be a part of the government's ambitious goal to divert waste from landfill. From what I read, I understand there's also a recycling and jobs fund that will be designed to maximise co-investment from Industry Council and the Commonwealth to create innovative resource recovery. And of course, the thing I'm really interested in is those lasting economic benefits from other industries that can be created from a circular economy. So I know that I've just vomited a lot of words at you, and my apologies, but I am really passionate about this subject, as you know, and I think there's just so much happening in this space. I know we're attending waste forums and various discussions, and the team is very much across this. So I just would love to see us connect these dots and see if there's any opportunities for us in this giant fund waste package that the government has announced, to sort of try something new or look at things that might work here in our region. Open to your thoughts and ideas, Manager Lyle and Manager Peter.
Through the Mayor, look, certainly, Councillor, that is an excellent, and I know the enthusiasm in relation to waste by many of the councillors is shared by myself. We certainly maintain a watching brief in relation to any funding, and I do have a report later on in the business in relation to funding for a weighbridge for Nanango. Excellent. There's excellent matters coming through, and I guess the government has a vision about the reduction of waste, and that vision needs to be followed up by adequate funding for council to resource those activities and actions that they require. And certainly, yes, we will be keeping a watching brief. I just advise council that council are aware that the Coordinator Waste Management finished up last year, and we've just interviewed for a new coordinator of waste management who we're hoping that the applicant will accept the position, and if they do, they'll generally be on board within a month or so. So that will be a great assistance to the team in relation to driving this forward and driving the government agendas forward in relation to waste reduction, having regard to the vagaries of the rural council and the area we live in, and the tyranny of distance and the amount of transfer stations we have around the place. So certainly it's a watching brief, and we're certainly any opportunities that we see, we will make aware to council of those opportunities and apply for applications as they fit the criteria for the state.
Yeah, excellent response. Thank you, Manager Lyle. I just think if there is an opportunity in that waste discussion that we're having, just to sort of have a bit of an overview of the government's announcement and spitball some ideas around how that might apply to our operations from that strategic viewpoint, I think that would be great. I really know this is a fast-moving issue, and that coordinator of waste management, I wish you luck. I really do hope we can get someone in that role to support the team soon. Thank you. No further question.
Through the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Yep, certainly, Mike.
Sorry, through the Mayor. Look, I've just wanted to clarify one little item in my report. The asbestos price has changed for Kingaroy naturally because we have a weighbridge. However, at Nanango is the other facility that we accept asbestos, and that is still charged by the cubic metre. And as I've alluded to, there'll be a report for the funding for seeking funding for a weighbridge, and some funds to be allocated through the budget process later on in the business. Just clarification on that matter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Potter. I think you're still on mute.
No, sorry.
But you're sorry.
No questions, Mr. Mayor. It's all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frolov, to wrap up before we go to the vote.
No, I'm all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, now we're up to item now 8.2, which is the Environment and Waste Services update, and it's recommended that the update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Frolov, thank you. Second to Councillor Potter. Okay, General Manager, did you want to outline anything here before we put this one through? Anything to highlight?
Through the Mayor, no, look, in relation to the stats coming through, the tonnage is being disposed of. There's been, definitely increases in relation to tonnages through in Kingaroy, and I'm not quite over all the aspects of the reasoning. It might be this time of the year, it might be following Christmas period, but we're certainly increase in tonnages received, and the rest of the stats are pretty explanatory, unless councils have specific issues, numbers. They're pretty standard for the course. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Manager. Councillors, we'll now go around the table. Councillor Frolov?
No, all good, thank you.
Councillor Potter? Councillor Shoemaker?
It's an excellent report, thank you. I just wanted to check. So on page 60, there's got the monthly and financial year-to-date cumulative totals. I just thought it'd be good to review and understand. So there's the total domestic waste levy, the commercial levy, and then the levy payment that we get remitted. Can you just explain the differences between those levies and when they are actually paid? Like, is that monthly, or is that, how does this work?
Through the Mayor, look, the payments on a monthly basis, and so some of the payments might the months leading up to where you have a 5-week month or a period there. Some of the payments could be out of sync slightly, but generally they're paid on a monthly basis. So there's a running total there.
And so it's calculated that domestic and commercial waste is calculated based on the tonnes that are actually dumped.
That's correct, Councillor.
Yeah. And then it runs. Yeah, thank you. No, I think I'm getting it. Thank you.
If you, Councillor Chairman, I might just add on that they are kept separate because the total domestic waste levy, so that the 870, we're required to pay the levy to the state on all of the waste disposed of. So the rebate that we get should be offsetting the domestic waste levy, but where the commercial fees we charge should cover the commercial waste levy. This is something, and we'll probably touch on this at the workshop, that domestic waste levy. So because the rebate is at a set figure, I think we got something like about 1.3 million. So it is trending that we will actually pay more for domestic waste this year in waste levy than will be rebated. So I think last year we ended up slightly ahead. The year before we were behind. So the levy rebate is based on a set figure from calculated previously, so it's not actually fully rebated. So this is the year, that we will start the second half keeping an eye on that level, because that will, if that finishes over, say if it's $50,000 over the rebate, then that is an impact on the waste operations there. So they are definitely, we keep them separate. We need to report. But yeah, we pay the full levy and we just get the rebate that hopefully offsets. So that's something. It's probably the announcement you talked about previously, the $2 billion they're talking about, half of that is actually just to go to pay the rebates, where we like that 1.3 million. So half of that fund is just to extend that for the next sort of 10 years or whatever it is. So yeah, they've already committed that fund to really just that project. So yeah, we can certainly drill into that a little bit more, expand on those in that workshop at the end of the month.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. It's just, yeah, I'm very mindful that this is kind of a giant risk for our operation, and following the numbers, you know, it's surprising to see, certainly over the Christmas period, you can see there was an uplift in waste. But, you know, if I'm hearing you correctly, General Manager O'May, so basically the state has said we will pay you a rebate to this set amount, and if we exceed that, then that hits our bottom line. Have I got that right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, the rebate is set at 105% of, I think it's the tonnage disposed of two financial years prior, sort of thing. So it does vary each year. So it can depend on what was disposed in that year. So yeah, it's certainly not a ideal situation. But yeah, but as we said last year, I think we come in under, so we actually got to keep the surplus rebate that year, which had only upset so it is something we do keep an eye on as we do track those figures. And certainly the summer months are bigger. December would have been a 5 weeks disposal. So with the domestic, as Mike was talking about, when you do have 5 weeks in a month, the JJ's collection ends up being a lot more in that month.
Yeah. Final question. So things like the FOGO trials and things that Lockyer Valley are doing are really trying to actually limit the waste that goes into landfill. And I guess as an outcome of that, they will limit that levy that they have to actually pay, the amount of waste levy that they'll have to pay into the future. That's kind of the purpose of some of these trials, I guess. While some of them have great environmental outcomes, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I'm just trying to think a bit strategically about this in terms of how council positions itself into the future. If we know this risk is real, and other councils are doing trials and things to really try to do something about it.
Yeah, no, exactly right, and that's part of the whole part of the waste levy is that incentive for things not to be landfilled, is to remove it from the landfill stream so that you don't pay the levy, and good outcomes all around.
And 10 years for those behavioural changes that'll be needed to make that happen and set up the systems and things really is quite ambitious when we think about the challenges like Manager Lyle has indicated for a region like ours. I really do look forward to more discussions about this. I think it is really important that we're taking that big picture, longer term view when it comes to some of these statistics and the risk and what we're actually going to do to try to inspire some change or at least set ourselves up for a sustainable future. So, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, got the mute button wrong again. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good report. Thank you.
Through the Mayor, may I add another comment?
Thanks, Mike.
Just in relation to Councillor Shoemaker's observations there in relation to FOGO, which is very topical at the moment. I'd just like to bring it to Council's attention that councillors may wish to, and I think there was something on the agenda at one stage about councillors may wish to avail themselves to attend Lockyer Valley and speak with the councillors down there and have a look at the trial down there. They certainly got some funding for the trial, and I have been down there. Look, it's a great idea. It is a little bit labour intensive, but it's certainly a great idea. And just to add in relation to the funding through the levy from General Manager May mentioned about the percentage, that is due to drop in years in forthcoming years. So I think it's 23, 24. I'm not sure exactly, but it's due to drop down to about 100%. And then they got incremental drops. The government is looking at incremental drops to encourage council to reduce the amount of waste going to landfill. And I I did indicate to council the waste audit. I had the draft waste audit in December, I think, and I have heard, because I have received the full audit and I haven't put that to council. But as councillors were alluded to in that draft, the bin curbside recycling audit indicated that there's some 30% of recycling going into the waste, and some 30% of green waste that would become FOGO waste, green waste, food scraps, and so on, going into the bin. So you're looking at 2/3 of the materials going to landfill could be recycled or composted in some other way, and that would be certainly be a great reduction in our landfill costs. So moving forward, there's a sort of a big moving. It's like a Titanic. We've got to start moving in that direction to reduce our waste going to landfill and increase our recycling and waste coming out of the bin for the future. And of course, council has resolved to introduce curbside recycling from next year, subject to budgetary considerations, and that is a great step forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Hensham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's I think we've covered a lot of bases there on this, and look forward to progress in this space. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We'll just go back to Councillor Frydoff for concluding comments before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mike, for doing all this service. It's great, and that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll roll on to 8.3 now, which is an application for funding under the 22 to 24 local government grants and subsidies program. That's at page 65. And I'll just go to the recommendation for the committee, where it is recommended that the committee recommend to council that council apply for a grant under the 2022 to 2024 local government grants and subsidies program, the capital expenditure project category for the weighbridge at the Nanango waste facility. Do we have a mover? Councillor Frydoff, thank you. Seconded there, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Okay, Councillor Frydoff, did you want to lead us into this one, and then we'll go to General Manager? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We've been working on, the Waste Department's been working on getting this weighbridge for Nanango for some time now. So I believe it has to be done, and I do believe it's not going to go down with some people in Nanango, because Kingaroy has their weighbridge, and I do hear some comments about the weighbridge over there. But I believe that Nanango definitely needs this weighbridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager, did you want to provide information for council at this point in time? Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick side from answering your question, Councillor. Yeah, so this facility was required by 21st by June 21, so it was required, but we did work with the department to get extension and change their licence conditions so that we got a extension, but it is required by the 1st of July 2024, I think, so that facility under the Waste Reduction Recycling Act. So yes, it is a licence requirement for that facility for us to get the in. So yeah, so I'll hand over to Mike has put the report together to do grant funding, but yes, it is a requirement for us to have that facility.
Through the Mayor, yes, exactly correct. And I just add to Councillor Frydoff's introduction there that the previous Manager Craig and coordinator for waste, Powen, had done some work in relation to this in the past. With the opportunity has come up now for funding, which is terrific. The issue in relation to the installation of the site, the government has the regulation, the Waste Reduction and Recycling Act has some regulations out, and we've been looking. My team at just been looking at the regulation, just to give council some updates. So it is a requirement of the Act, and Councillor Froloff would say was indicating that it is required by the Act to establish parameters, data, and certainty in relation to the state providing levy repayments to council, so that they can indicate, they can have certainty and have the proper analysis of what waste is going to the tip, going to landfill. Just to allude to council in relation to the Act, it does require from the 1st of July 2024 other weighbridges, other landfills that are accepting waste. Now, this may bring into play Mergen and Wondai, and as in the past, General Manager had indicated that we had some concessions in relation to Nango, and if this goes through, we will make an application for the weighbridge and seek some funding through the budgetary process to make up the balance. I believe the subsidies up to 60%. So down the track, we'll be investigating the need for weighbridges at Wondai and Mergen as part of the government legislation, and if timing and budgetary matters preclude some of the bringing forward of these measures, we may seek some concessions through the Department of Environment and Science in relation to timings. So just bringing council's attention there. My team we've just conducted a bit of an estimate in relation to the costs, and I provided that for council's information. We haven't gone out for tenders or anything like that. So our team are working diligently on the application and to have it prepared by the end of the month for to apply for this grant. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Manager. Okay, so councillors, we'll go around the room now on this one for speakers. Okay, Councillor Potter, up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. Mike mentioned earlier with regards to the weighbridges and asbestos. So having the weighbridge at Nanango would actually bring us onto an even par, so they would be weighed using the weight, not the length of the asbestos. So that is really good. Now, I just don't know if we have a lifespan for the Wondai and Mergen facilities, and if we do have a lifespan on them and we have to still get the weighbridges, are the weighbridges able to be moved for later on when we get a sort of a larger site for the areas and things like that? I'm just sort of wondering where we sit with regards to that one. And if we don't get the grant for Nanango, I gather that this would have to be put in our budget for future budgeting within the next year or so.
Through the Mayor, yes, Councillor Potter, thank you very much for that. Yes, the first question, the last question first. Yes, we'd have to put that in the budget. Look at budgetary allocations in relation to that if we weren't successful. I believe that we'd have an equal chance, but who knows in relation to that. The matters of removing the weighbridges are built on in situ. Some of the infrastructure possibly could remove. We have the gatehouse and things like matters of that nature, but basically it's an in-house in situ construction, and I think it'd be very difficult to move and very costly. If it came to that, the other issue is the lifespan of those facilities. And look, I don't have that information with me, that data, but we'd certainly have some estimates around the traps in relation to that. And I can bring that to council, provide that information at a later date if council so wishes.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd personally love to see that. And also with regards to those lifespans, and if we do have to put those weighbridges in there, that's and then if they've only got like 1 or 2 years after the weighbridges go in, that's like a big, I won't call it a waste of money because it's something that's needed, but it's just a lot of money to be spending on something that we're only going to have for a shorter period of time. So that's probably why I would like to see the lifespans and also the cost of the weighbridges and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just really want to thank the team for actually going and doing this work and looking for grants and subsidies. I know this was quite a big conversation we had during the Budget Committee meeting around trying to prolong this spend just to avoid having to increase the rates that we were charging residents at this point in time around waste. So this additional work that's been done to try to find an external funding source to meet this need is really appreciated. Thank you. It did encourage me to go have a look at the local government grants and subsidies program guidelines because I hadn't done so before and I didn't realise that grant round had opened. So thank you for bringing it to our attention. I just noticed reading through them, and I've only glanced over them, so I would appreciate any context you could provide in terms of former grants that council may have applied for under this scheme, which maybe CEO Mark, you might know. And just in terms of, it did say in the guidelines that we can apply for one non-capital application of up to $250,000 for strategic planning for infrastructure or a business case or detailed design project to support future investment by council. And I guess just sort of noting this conversation that we're having, noting that we've got signals from government that there will be funding available for waste and that we are trying to, shift the Titanic, I think, as someone had said before. I was keen to have a discussion about whether it's worth, whether the guidelines allow you to add a piece to this application that would actually see us apply for a non-capital project for some strategic planning funds or business case detailed design work in the waste space. So I know that's, just keen to have a conversation about that. Does CEO Mark, have we got other projects in the wings for this grants and subsidies program? And I guess from the team's point of view, is it worth us investigating opportunity to actually apply for that $250,000 for strategic planning in the waste space?
Councillor, thank you for the question. As far as the first one with former grants, there would be a record. I don't have it in front of me, but we'll produce the list of if any we've applied for previously, and if they were successful or not.
Yes.
I believe we have, and from memory, and Leanne's nodding, we're actually one of the ones that again can finish them on time. There was one that was the asset management one. Now I'm starting to think we had an extension on that through a range of reasons, but they were successfully completed. But anyway, we'll pull that list together. As far as we circulated the request around to internally to management to see what projects might be out there that would fit the guideline. The waste weighbridge was one that came back pretty quickly, and the team's been working on it since then. So it's the one that's in queue at the moment. I haven't had any other feedback for this point in time for a submission. And I might let Pete and Mike answer the fact of whether the strategic planning would be valuable or not in this space.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I might just go. So yeah, it's definitely worth looking, and I actually hadn't caught up with Mark, but Leanne and I were sort of, if with council's indulgence, possibly looking at bringing a report to the council meeting directly if we could. We wanted to have a bit more of a look and try to find if there was another project.
Right.
Even re-roofing, we've done re-roofing in the halls and different things previously under this project. So there are other capital projects, but definitely interested to look at the strategic planning side of it where we could. So we certainly could knuckle down and look at that. But so we were probably looking at trying to look at that a bit further. Just the one thing on the budget, the waste, the Nanango waste thing was, Weybridge was included like in our 10-year capital works program in the waste area. So definitely if this can be funded, then that will be a saving within that program. And so that's with these government grants and subsidy program. We tend to try and look for those projects that are in our capital works that we are committed to doing, and if we can pick up 60% of the funding, then all's good. So definitely we'll happy to review those guidelines and see what we can bring forward.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I just think and really do appreciate the bringing forward projects for this. Like I looked at the guidelines, it spans anything from water to roofing, halls, libraries, the lot. So I think really important for us to take advantage of these grant opportunities when they become available. I do understand it's quite competitive, but anything that can apply that can prolong us having to spend our own capital funds is really good. I just if you could take it away just on notice around the non-capital strategic planning function. I'm just so mindful of this waste space, our discussions about circular economy, the opportunity to bring outside learnings in, and I guess just really dig into the issue and look at all of these. It's so multifaceted. Look at all of the different components of the discussions that are being had about waste, and I guess try to build a plan for the South Burnett that looks at that next 10-year forecast and what we're going to do to minimise landfill and to shift our behaviours without impacting on our ratepayers and residents, always trying to deliver that better level of service to them without increasing the cost, which I know is a giant challenge for us. So just if you can look into that non-capital strategic planning, I think that could be really helpful for us in setting up not just this council, but the councils in front of us. So thank you for doing that work. Appreciate it. No further questions from me. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm keen to support the recommendation. We have to have that done by 2024 in any case, so I think it's an opportunity as there's funding available to actually support this. Yep, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henson.
I'm good with this one. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Henson. Councillor Froloff, just concluding comments before we go to the vote.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, if we can get this Weybridge through grant, it would help our finances greatly. And yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. This was this has to be done on those certain dates. But I have, like as always, all over the South Burnett, we've got the worry of people seeing a Weybridge and going to be charged, and there is concern out there that we're going to have another lot of illegal dumping once this comes into Nanango. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker's just had to quickly duck out. We'll wait for her to return. But while we're doing that, I know here's Councillor Shoemaker. So we'll go to the vote, everybody. Those in favour. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you all. Committee, I might move that we have a break now. We've still got quite a bit to get through, and I think we've been going quite well. So I might just move a procedural motion that we break for 10 minutes. We adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes and resume at 11:30 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Frohoff there. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll see everyone back at 11:30. Thank you all. Okay, I'll now move that we re-adjourn the meeting at 11:38 a.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, and those in favour? Carried. Yes, carried unanimously. I can see Councillor Henson's hand. If you just go forward a little bit more, thanks, Councillor Henson. Perhaps just closer to the front, and I can make sure I see your hand, or give us a big wave over the top of the screen. Yep, I think I can see you there. Thank you. Okay, thank you, committee. We're now up to 9.1, and I'll welcome Councillor Duff to present her Rural Resilience, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management and Indigenous Affairs Portfolio Report. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the first item is Parks and Gardens. All towns in the region plus small villages continue to be mowed and maintained as per normal rotation. Growth rates during the wet and humid conditions has resulted in faster growth rates than park staff can mow, so staff have worked tirelessly to keep on top of the mowing. Park staff have introduced a growth inhibitor product called Primo Max, with its first use being the Kingaroy medians. The product is applied to rapidly growing grass, which becomes more dense and greener and helps reduce mowing cycles. Park staff have also completed KTP garden installations and the new recycled watering system, which is undergoing testing and commissioning. Street spraying was completed to various areas with follow-up and checking to ensure a successful kill rate. Aerodromes. Regular aerodrome inspections continue with no significant issues being reported. During the period, Kingaroy Aerodrome was used by Queensland Health as a COVID testing station. A significant amount of council resources were required to help set up and organise. Assistance was also provided by the Kingaroy Soaring Club, who made available some of their facilities. Council's ARO continues to attend to call out for the RFDS, with quite a few of these being at night. Inspections of the aerodrome continue to detect the presence of kangaroos, which creates ongoing risks. In the dams, storage levels at both dams remain at capacity, with there being a high number of both day visitors and campers. Skiing has been popular at both dams, with cabins being fully booked and lots of families taking the opportunity to visit during school holidays. Powered sites are also popular as the dams are being utilised for specific functions or activities. A kayak club from the Sunshine Coast visited BP Dam, consisting of approximately 60 people, together with a vintage car club of 40 members from Toowoomba. Bunduma has received some well-deserved improvements, with Council's roads crew patching and grading internal roads. Such works were over 4 days, which greatly pleased Council's dam managers. The rail trail. Sections of the rail trail remain closed. However, immediate repairs will now commence given recent council approval. Such works will commence as soon as possible so that community expectations are achieved and this important asset is reopened for community use. Some spraying of the rail trail has been completed during the period. However, rain and high winds have delayed some activity. Mowing is ongoing, and some delays in completion experienced with mowing around the Kingaroy sections as the flail attachment underwent repairs. Property and facility management. Wandai Swimming Pool will remain open for the remaining 3 months as new pool manager Natalie Mann takes over the management and operation of the pool. Council acknowledges Josie Sleeman for her wonderful support to the Wandai swimming families and community and wish her all the best with her future endeavours. The Southburn Aquatic Centre bathroom renovations are in progress. Contractors are working hard to complete works on time. Nathan Webber, local contractor, has commenced work on the removal of asbestos from the council's owned shop fronts in Mergen. Currently, these shops are not occupied by tenants. Once the works have been completed, the shops will be advertised for leasing. Works are on track and scheduled for completion mid-March. Council has removed the asbestos from the old ambulance building located at the Kingaroy Airport. The building has also been demolished due to safety concerns. Council is currently tendering for repairs to Mergen squash courts. Tenders will close on the 18th of February. Bunduma Homestead Committee meeting was held on the 27th of January to discuss upcoming events. management of COVID, resignation of the caretakers, and draft conservation management plan for the state-listed heritage site. Boondooma Homestead Committee are keen to work with Council in reviewing the draft conservation plan and future restoration priorities. In rural resilience, Blaze Aid have arrived in Mergen and set up camp at the PCYC with start-up costs covered by Council and 1 month's rent donated by the PCYC. There are currently 2 teams out on the ground helping farmers. The coordinator has put a call out for donations, whether it be food, equipment, or time. A donation point has also been started at Nutrient Ag Solutions in Mergen. Finally, in Indigenous Affairs, the Mergen Business Association was excited to welcome Tyrone Murray to Mergen, who has opened his barbershop called Crow's Barbershop. A celebration was held in QE2 Park to help welcome and open Tyrone's new business to Mergen. And I just wanted to mention also that we've got the Boondooma Dam Fishing Comp this coming weekend, which is exciting for our region. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder for acceptance of the report? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henshin, did you wave your hand? Yes, I'll give that one to you. Thank you, Councillor Henshin. Okay. I just wanted to test that, but yeah, okay. So thank you, Councillor Duff. We'll go around the table now, councillors. Questions in relation to the report. Start off with you, Councillor Henshin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Duff. Just in relation to the pool, the Wandoi swimming pool, we had a meeting down in Wandoi yesterday morning, Wandoi Business Network meeting. Breakfast early in the morning, which we do try and do monthly, of course. Absolutely sensational that we have new managers there. Spend some time with them, and of course a great appreciation to Josie for helping Sleeman for helping council out in keeping that pool operational in limited hours, but it certainly was better than nothing, and certainly wish Nat and husband and a brother all the best, and I think the community in Wandoi will be seriously impressed with where they'll go in that space. So yeah, congratulations also to Tyrone in Mergen. That's a wonderful result there for him. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shoemaker.
Certainly, lots happening. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge those shop fronts in Mergen that we're currently preparing for lease. Just wondering, in terms of, and perhaps Councillor Duff, you might be able to provide some insight just around Mergen, if there's a real desire for or need for commercial space, or if council should be looking at those buildings and looking at opportunities to, I guess, support, similar to what Tyrone's done in Mergen, which is wonderful. You know, if there are other business opportunities or other small businesses looking to expand into a space, whether we should put word out for an expression of interest just early, just to see if there's any way we might be able to help fill those spaces and support small business to get started. Just a few ideas I've been throwing around, but I know they're brilliant shops and they've been untenanted for so long. It just, you know, opening our minds to maybe a different way to try and just support some of those economic development outcomes and supporting small business, and keen for anything you might have through the Mergen Business Development Association or alike in terms of a potential incentive or scheme or something we might be able to do.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, there has been interest. There's been, I think, 2 or 3 people have approached Manager Leanne, so I might hand over to Manager Leanne, but certainly there's interest already.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we have received inquiries from some local businesses looking at future opportunities to expand. And yeah, so we have met on site a couple of times now just to show people the sites. We really wanted to make sure that we get this works done first and then offer the facilities through an expression of interest to see who's out there interested in leasing it. The shops there's 3 shops there. You know, and it's an opportunity that they could be opened up and actually have it as one entire facility. So it could be for a larger sort of business to take on that space, or it could actually remain as 3 separate sort of shop fronts. So we could tender it that way and put an expression of our interest out for lease. We'll probably do that once the works are close to completion, but yep, I think that's a great idea of what you're suggesting as well.
Yeah, thank you, Manager Leanne, and it's great to hear there's been interest. I just think we'd love to see them full, and I guess just open to other ideas or opportunities to try to support that small business community who are, looking at taking the next step in terms of getting a shopfront. So I think the EOI process, if that can be quite flexible or open, it would be good to see what might come forward. Yeah. Thank you for your work on that. Looking forward to it. No further questions from me.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Manager. Okay, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, but before I do, that was a good report, Councillor Duff, so thank you very much. With regards to the airport and the removal of that ambulance building, I was under the impression that the airport, all the buildings of the airport were heritage listed, so we couldn't actually remove them or demolish them. And the same as the Mergen shops. I know we had this discussion once, Leanne, but I can't remember what the outcome was. I didn't think we could take the walls away from between the shops because of the heritage listing on it. Or has that changed, or what? Or does it just have to be placed back exactly the way it was after?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, yes, you are correct. The Mergen Town Hall and the shops are state heritage listed. We are working closely with the Department of Environment on having our approvals put in place for the removal of the asbestos and putting in, wall sheeting and sealing back in there. So all of that has been prepared and submitted and approved by the department. So that's all good. But certainly moving forward on any future opportunities in that space, we would need to work through that with the potential leasee and assist them as we work through that, sort of fit out what that might look like. But there are certainly opportunities to make changes to those internal wall structures. But yes, you do need to get approval. Yep, that's the answer to that one. The airport listed facilities are not state heritage listed. They're only local heritage listed. So we seek approval through our planning department and through our building department when we're actually going ahead and getting those sort of permits. So we ensure that we meet those requirements as well. But yeah, not state heritage listed, but certainly we have gone through the similar sort of process of getting the approvals so we could remove the ambulance building as well.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Frolov.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've got no further questions, but a very in-depth portfolio review. Thanks, Councillor Duff.
Thanks, Councillor Frolov. If I could just probably just support the comments of my fellow councillors, General Manager, to you and your managers. Great work, Leanne, on getting the Wondai pool going, as Councillor Henson said, keeping that going. Great to see the opening hours, and clearly there's been some work done behind the scenes. So thank you, and congratulations on that. And I think, as Councillor Shoemaker pointed out, I'd like to congratulate the Parks and Garden staff on the work they're doing in our cemeteries, particularly. They're doing a great job there and keeping them looking lovely, which of course goes without saying is so important to the people of our region. So thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff, anything to wrap up before we go to the vote?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that Blaze Aid are doing a wonderful job in the community, and we've had great feedback from the farmers, and just wanted to give a big shout out to Blaze Aid and the work that those volunteers are doing.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Councillor Henson, can you just put your left hand out for me? Councillor Henson. Oh, yep, there you are. Thanks, Councillor Henson. Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll now move on to 9.2, which is the Parks and Gardens update, and it's recommended that it be received for information. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter, second Councillor Froloff, thank you. Okay, so General Manager, did you, your manager, want to provide any highlights there that you want to point out before we go to councillors?
Yeah, as per the previous statistical updates, yeah, really just there for council's information. So I've got nothing to point out. Just hand over to Mark if he's got anything that he wants to highlight. Otherwise, yeah, happy to take questions.
Thanks, General Manager. Welcome, Manager Watt. Good to have you with us. Anything you want to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to point out the project, the CapEx projects, and let me just refer to the right page of the agenda, I'm sorry. 71, sorry. You think I'd be ready? Okay, so in the report, we've got the Works for Queensland Round 4 project update. So that's all clearly reported there. I would raise the question in relation to Kingaroy Parks, Lions Park. The initial concepts have been discussed and at 0% completed. We are having a discussion after today's meeting about perhaps what council's priorities may be in that space, and I probably need more direction there. And we have had discussions about a change in place facility, so I'll have more detail on that. But if council perhaps want to use that meeting to discuss priorities, that would be fine for me. So the other projects are progressing reasonably well, and I'll take questions on that. The CapEx works again are progressing, and we've had a quiet period over the recent 2 months with wet weather and staff changes, so we've been impacted quite significantly in that space. The Kingaroy Aerodrome whilst it's 5% completed, it is progressing now with design, with a local design team preparing that, and also with a view to going out to local suppliers. And council would be aware we previously went to tender, which we didn't accept any of those tenders. And the normal statistics for cemeteries, and the numbers are up and down obviously in that space, but I guess our priority is to provide the service and to make those cemeteries look as attractive as possible, which they certainly do in my view. And we can always do better, but the weather at the moment is making them look pristine, so we're quite proud of those. The dams updates and customer requests, you'll see, I would like to note, councillors, that there's 2 months worth of statistics there. So we've got the December and January period, so the numbers are all higher. But typically, in relation to the category of complaints, we have 240 for the 2-month period. So typically, those numbers can be anywhere between 90 to 120. So naturally, they're always higher around that, high growth period. So we deal with them that way, and just some photos of that covered roof area for the Blackbutt skate park. So I think that's a long time in the making, but worth waiting for, and project delays beyond our control, but a successful project for the community of Blackbutt. And, it just adds to that whole precinct in Blackbutt, which is yet to be improved even further with the streetscape and other things, but we're just sort of playing our part in the Parks and Gardens area. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Manager. We'll go to the councillors now. Councillor Froloff.
No, I'm all good. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just need to say that the photos they've put online of the Blackbutt skate park, the new covering awning there, that looks incredible. Love to see something like that in Kingaroy skate park now that we've set the standard so high. But a couple of things. So the Lions, with regards to Lions Park, and I'm looking forward to having this discussion later, because I've been approached by some disability groups with regards to having a adult change hoist and change bed in there. So we can have because it's already a disability park now. And it'd be really great, or should I say it's an all-inclusive park, and it'd be really great to have toilets there that they can actually come, because these adults do not go out at all, because there's nowhere in the South Burnett for them to visit, for them to actually meet their toileting needs. So I personally feel, after speaking to these people, that this is something that's truly needed within the South Burnett at least, and I think Lions Park would be a really good start for the adult hoist and change table. So that's something I'd love to, looking forward to discussing later on in the meetings, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
And it's a great report too.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you, Manager Watt. You've certainly got a lot on your plate at the moment. Just to mention, I know it says 240 total customer requests, but it's great to see that you did receive 4 compliments this month for the work that you are doing. I can certainly appreciate the challenges faced at the moment with staffing, and certainly the prime rainfall that we've received. Just wanted to know, it's great to have the review of the Works for Queensland projects that are underway and where they're at. And I can see there's quite a bulk of work to be done in terms of, further direction scoping discussion. So I guess just I'm sure all of my colleagues are very keen on some of these projects to lean in and support you however which way we can. So if there's anything you need or any discussions or community consultation, it would be great to start to lock some of those things in the calendar, because I'm mindful the year, how quickly it will slip away on us. So just thank you, and offering that support if you need it and when you need it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just want to say, I know there was a lot of trouble with the Blackbutt skate park, and it is magnificent now that it's been completed. And just want to flag that with the work at the Bundooma Dam, I think there might have been some more damage since the recent rain, so it might be worth just checking and making sure that that's all good for the fishing comp. But yeah, just thank you. I've no further issues. Thank you.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, again, as Councillor Shoemaker alluded to, great to see the progress with the Works for Queensland update on that. There's many things in there that have created a lot of interest. Great result for Blackbutt and across the board within the Shire. There's some wonderful things happening, and you look at the facts and figures around the bunkhouses and out at our dams and that, and however you want to compare them, majority of those facts and figures will be relative to the weather conditions, be it no water in dams and to being full with debris and then no debris and sticks out of the water and all the rest of it. When you look at those figures, and we have the fishing comp this weekend, I think, those figures, now that we have water in our BP Dam and Bundooma Dam, I look forward to seeing them. I mean, there's not much room there now. I mean, previously you could get, like there was 100 hectares of camping at Bundooma Dam, and now, and I was out there regularly, of course, taking photos and looking at water levels. And as Councillor Duff at one stage put a proposal to council with BP Dam to cement some more down on the boat ramp, you could drive off the boat ramp and drive another 150 metres before you hit the water's edge. Well, that's going to happen when you have 6% in a dam. To now there's only about 10 metres of boat ramp protruding out of the water, and the same at Bundooma Dam. It's just absolutely sensational to see. So, and good work to the team to put this report together. Thank you very much.
Councillor Potter, any closing comments before we go to the vote?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now move on to 9.3, which is the properties operational update, and that is at page 74. And it's recommended that be received for information. Do we have a mover? Thank you. Councillor Duff's got two hands up. There you go. Councillor Henson, he's got his hand way out. So there you go. Moved by Councillor Duff, second by Councillor Henson. Thank you. Okay, General Manager Leanne, can we hand over to you? Thank you.
Yeah, happy to get straight to Manager Peterson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to really highlight one particular project that has actually commenced. There's actually two reports there that you can see. There's the December report and January report, and things are on track in our capital works world, and a lot of our maintenance projects there you can see that are progressing nicely. But I think that the project of interest for us for the next 6 months is the actual Kingaroy Memorial Park and Memorial Pool concept planning. That project has kicked off, and we have engaged our consultants, and we've had our first meeting of introduction of who's who, and looking forward to setting a number of meetings over the next couple of months with council and the community to progress those concept plans. So just wanted to highlight that today, that's the exciting project for us moving forward, and great hearing from Councillor Potter earlier. I think there's some wonderful opportunity there at Memorial Park for some all-inclusion activities and equipment and facilities, and also to actually integrate that into the swimming pool designs, I think is going to be wonderful. So look forward to everyone's input and progressing that project.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, in breezing through this, and it's really self-explanatory. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and I make note of the Wondai Sports Ground grandstand. I think initially there were some objections there to losing a facility or a building, but the end result in time will be absolutely sensational down there with what's projected and what's been thrown around in draft plans and concepts there in time to come. You know, and the Wondai Sports Ground, of course, with the racetrack there as well. I just, for a little bit of useless information today, there's an Nanango race meet on down in Nanango, and Nanango's got some wonderful things happening too. And congratulations to Councillor Fraloff. It is a Memorial Day for her family.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just on that Wondai Sports Ground grandstand, there was a request from the community group. I'm just wondering if you could just let the chamber know what happened with that, because it looks like we have said it's their responsibility. That's on page 77.
Sorry, just confirming, is that Wondai Sports Ground?
That's the grandstand. I guess that's what was that's what was discussed before, that we're just going to get back to them and just say it's their responsibility. So that's that meeting we'll have on site that the mayor suggested. I guess we can just answer all their questions there.
That's right. Yes, we can just go through with the committee and talk through the responsibility of the different assets and just work through those issues with them. But as I said earlier, the actual grandstand is council's responsibility, and some of the repairs that we've done there in the past, council undertook that. And then what they're talking about is the repairs to the actual change rooms and that ceiling.
Yeah, no, that's all, Mr. Mayor. I'm just keen to have that meeting on site with them so that we get a way forward with that clubhouse.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly wanted to acknowledge the work that's happening with the Kingaroy Master Planning Project. That is really exciting, really, really exciting for the region and for our community. So thank you, and certainly keen to support and be a part of that project wherever we can. I'm sure, as my colleagues are, that's a big ticket item for this council. So thank you for all your work on that. I just wanted to check. It's from the land sales point of view, just picking up where we left off last year. I know we've done that basic desktop analysis, and you run us over that, Manager Leanne. Same with the Pound Street most appropriate use assessment report. I guess I was just keen to understand with you where to from here for those two items, the review of the land holdings and the Pound Street project. If you can provide any update on those, that would be great.
Thanks, Councillor. Through you, Mr Mayor, certainly we are working behind the scenes on these two projects. The Pound Street project, we have actually prepared a scope of works to go out for quotation for someone to assist council in the development of those concept plans based on the outcomes that were provided through the initial report by AEC. So with the most appropriate use, there were some recommendations there. So we're keen to progress that. So our staff have developed that up a little bit further, ready for that to go out. In regards to the actual review of the land holdings, there's a fair bit of work that's going on just to try to progress some of those priority sort of allotments that we identified. There was a few there that we thought were like quick ones that we could progress. So yeah, we're just sort of sending them out through our internal network here in the council just to make sure that other departments haven't identified anything. So like the ones out of Jellicoe Street at Proston there's a couple there. But, you know, they've got a couple little things that we want to check on. So you'll see this year a number of reports coming back through council at different times to progress some of those individual allotments for sale. At the same time, there were some allotments that were identified that weren't necessarily quick blocks to put on the market and sell, and they actually need some work around like developing maybe an analysis about the cost of water and sewerage and road network to access those allotments and make them sort of sellable. So that work is happening as well. So there's a number of things happening behind the scenes, and happy to bring, you know, a report back just to give you further updates so you can see that, yeah, things are progressing in that space. So we could do that.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly appreciate that's quite a complex project, and I know certainly from the workshop that we've had there were many things that needed consideration, so appreciate that work behind the scenes. And yeah, just mindful with the, as you know, current housing crisis and the interest from a commercial land point of view and interest in our region, as we're sort of can see through the planning and building stats still holding quite strong from today's discussion. I just think that it's wonderful that we're maintaining that big picture approach and doing that work to see how we can be a part of supporting those outcomes. So thank you for the update. Appreciate it. No further questions from me.
Okay, Councillor Potter.
Nothing from me, Mr Mayor. I just want to congratulate that report is huge. So thank you, Manager Leanne, for that, and staff.
Councillor Fryloff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I too would like to also congratulate the staff on their hard work in doing this report. Just one question, as Councillor Potter said before, that she's had people come to her about change rooms for adults, and that I've had a gentleman from over here ask the same thing, if we're going to put in like a change room or hoist and that for people with those disabilities over here. And I was thinking about that, and if we do, I thought the Reg McCullum Park would be the best place because it's central to the town. And also, Manager Leanne, I've had people ask me when Nanango Pool will be opening. Do you have any information on that?
Certainly, we have a scheduled date for completion by mid-March, but the works are actually progressing quite well. So watch this space. If we can get something open, you know, a little bit early March, that would be fantastic. But those contractors are aware that the community are really keen to see their facility open up. But equally, we are really keen to see that disability bathroom and the other bathrooms finished off nicely. So yes, at this stage, we would be saying we're expecting it mid-March, but yeah, just wanted to confirm that the works are definitely on track and progressing well.
Thanks, Manager Leanne. Can I, just on behalf of Council, if I could take the liberty of wishing Councillor Froelich, you and your family, a wonderful day on Saturday. Imagine you'll have a great day out there as always.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bingo races, yeah. Manager Leanne, just a couple of quick things for me before we go to Councillor Duff to wrap up and then go to the vote. Just with Bunny Pierce Oval in Blackbutt, just an update as to where that's at. It just says awaiting council decision, and if I know they'll probably be looking to get things moving down there soon. And also the Walter Road Park consultation. I know our Kingaroy councillors were involved in that process before Christmas. Any update on those two items? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The lease is with the actual sports association down in Blackbutt. So we're just waiting on the lease actually to be returned from the group. So that shouldn't be too far off for Blackbutt. And certainly Walter Road, we're hoping to bring a report back to the March Community Standing Committee. We've believed now that we've given adequate time for feedback, and we have received some written responses over the break, so that was nice just to give that extended period, and now we'll be ready to bring a report back for in March for Council's consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Duff, closing comments before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank Manager Leanne on all her hard work. She's got a lot of different projects going and she's right across all of them. So just wanted to give a big shout out to Manager Leanne for the work she's doing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leanne. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, now let's have a look at the next item on the agenda. And we are up to item 9.4, which is the CBD Working Group Update Report. And it's recommended that the report be received and that the CBD Working Group be directed to table a revised shared cleaning program once finalised, and 2, that the purchase of a street scrubber and mobile vacuum be included for consideration in the 2022-23 plant replacement program. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff's got a hand up. Second, Councillor Potter. Thank you. Okay. Rightio, General Manager, yourself, Councillor Duff, who would like to provide Council with some information on this one? Manager?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I might hand over to Manager White, who's sort of been leading this process and following up. So yeah, I'll hand over to Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the report speaks for itself. It's really just providing an update on the progress towards that particular project in terms of the street scrubber and EcoVac devices. So in the meantime, working in conjunction with the General Manager, we will allocate or attempt to allocate some funds in the next quarterly review to hire that device or hire those devices up to the end of the year so that we can, I guess, utilise them and prepare a scope of works or a program on how it will work in the region. And I guess the cost of that will be obviously just a budgeting issue. We've already completed a draft cleaning program, but that's just a draft program that we've devised on our understanding. But once we use the hired device, I think we'll be able to really nut out how effectively it works, the time frames, the staff requirements and all those sort of things. So it's really dipping your toe in the water and just getting a good understanding of how it will work in practice prior to actually making the commitment to purchase it. And when we do make that decision and we consider it as part of the budget, we will be much better informed and be aware of the warts and all approach on how this will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff, did you want to provide some introductory comments before we go to councillors? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the group and Councillor Jones is on that group with me as the council representatives, but we were really keen to get to hire those pieces of equipment so that we can see how they work and what they're going to, what other additional costs around it or staffing issues so that it will inform the budget. So really keen to get that happening sooner rather than later. So I just wanted to ask Acting Manager what the timelines are about actually acquiring that, because I know there were some concerns about getting hold of the equipment, that it may not be available. So I'm just wanting to know where that's at. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, since that meeting, we haven't really had time to do anything in terms of sourcing the quotes, but we will be doing that. You know, as I say, that meeting was probably only 2 weeks ago. So we've collated the results of that works program. So we have a draft works program. So we will obviously be doing that as soon as we can to source those quotes, but we haven't done that to date. But obviously that's a priority. And I can't give a time frame. It'll just be one of those tasks that we have to get to as soon as we possibly can.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted, do we actually need a motion to actually hire those pieces of equipment? Do we need that to go through the books, or is it just is that operational?
Thanks, Councillor. I might refer that to Mr. CEO if we could. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
I could take that one, Mark, because I was in with the meeting with the working group. But yeah, we're actually just looking at doing this out of the parks operational budget. So yeah, we're actually looking at operation. We just feel that we do need to test this and so that we can actually make sure that the draft program we've got, if we've allocated a week's worth, we think that it'll take a week to get over a certain period of time, that it actually does take a week and it doesn't take 2 weeks, and we're underestimating things like issues of disposal of effluent, just ironing out those sort of things, of staff resources. If we're allocating, you know, one person, do we need 1.5 or two, or if we allocate two, we just want to ground truth some of that stuff. So we do feel that we can do some of that testing. So we did hope that we'd have something probably for the last quarter of the year. And as we go through the budget discussions, even if we've only had the machine for a month, we will have an indication of, yes, we can get through this CBD in this period of time. So yeah, we were actually just doing that operationally through the parks budget. So I wasn't looking at bringing that back through councils, hopefully to get that happening and information. Yeah, and yeah, again, it just really hasn't progressed. I've sort of had a couple of weeks off and left Mark there, so he's been up to his ears in it. So yeah, it is something that we'll just get back onto. We may not be able to hire that particular machine that council saw tested at Mergen, so we were looking at least if we can get something comparable or similar that we can get on the ground, so that we can do some testing and at least and see what levels that we can get, and so that will give an indication if we've had it for rather than a one-off treatment, what sort of efficiency that we gain after. If you're going back from a footpath that hasn't been cleaned for 6 months, will obviously take longer than something that might only been cleaned 6 weeks ago, sort of thing, or 2 weeks ago. So hopefully it will speed up the process. So yeah, so we have, yeah, just as much as we just haven't progressed that, but that will be something over the coming weeks we'll progress and get happening.
Thank you, General Manager. Let's go to the councillors and we can come back to you, Councillor Duff, for closing comments. Councillor Froloff.
No, I'm all good. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Potter.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just fully supportive of the 3-month trial. I think that's a wonderful opportunity to really understand. I hadn't even thought about the effluent that you collect from a machine like this and how we dispose of it. So I think it's a great opportunity to really understand where the issues may be, and as you say, appropriately allocate the resources needed to get the outcome we're all aiming for. So I think it's a great step forward, and certainly I think a really exciting time and an important project, because if we're building infrastructure, we need to be able to maintain it to a suitable standard. So it's good that this work's happening before the completion of the KTP project. and certainly to take the learnings from the Bergen community and what we've experienced there into this program and trial. And I also am so mindful of the plans we've got for Blackbutt and Cumbia. And great to see that Cumbia will be included in sort of the rotation or the program for rotation. So looking forward to the outcomes of the trial that will lead into those budget discussions. So thank you. I think that's a really great approach.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I think we're all looking forward to this, that 3-month trial or whatever it may be. And at the end of it, we look forward to what facts and figures come back from that. So, yeah, there's been some good work done in this space. It was great to go to Mergen that day and see it in operation, along with that electric mower on that particular day. So thank you.
Councillor Duff, closing comments before we vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just excited about this project. It's been a long time coming, and I'm really keen to get the machine and get those streets clean. Thank you.
We'll go to the vote. Sorry, those in favour? Yes, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Manager, for that report. We're now up to 9.5, which is a Building Better Regions funding application for the Modular Hall. Councillors, that's at page 89. And we just have that recommendation there. So the recommendation is that the committee, hang on, Councillor Duff, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to move a different motion because I've spoken to Manager Leanne and I've also spoken to the CEO. And so can I put forward I don't know whether it's an amendment or another motion rather than the one that's on the recommendation? I'd like to move a motion.
Yes, if it's Mr. CEO, I'm comfortable with that. If that's okay, we'd need you to move that and then probably provide some explanation around that. Thank you, Councillor, and then we'll seek a seconder before we go into debate.
So that we support the Modular Hall Committee in their application for the super round of the Gambling Community Benefit Fund for the roof, that we go to tender for the restumping, and consider using some of the unallocated W4Q funds to contribute to the restumping.
Okay, Councillor, thank you. It will probably be needed to be that the committee recommends to council. I would suggest, Mr. CEO, and would welcome your comments in terms of the wording of that motion. Thank you.
Sorry. You just missed him. Anyway, yeah, thanks, Mayor. So it's a I mean, as far as the motion, the councillor certainly is able to move the motion. We might just tidy up the grammar a little bit. But so this would mean that we won't be progressing with the BBR, and certainly, Mayor, support you. This would be a committee recommends to council that we don't progress. So I'm just wondering at the end, the third point. So that'd be 2 dot points in the third dot point, and council does not progress the BBRF application. That's the intent.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Duff, can you just confirm for us that that motion represents your intent?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I might just, for the benefit of the committee, if we could have just an explanation as to your motion before we seek a seconder, if you could, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the problem with the going to put forward this recommendation, the officer's recommendation, is that council is up for half of 450,000, and the other problem with it is that the committee really need to get that re-stumping done sooner rather than later, because they're trying to utilise that money that they got from the FRRR Tackling Tough Times to do the amenities. They're doing a wheelchair accessible amenities, but the re-stumping is imperative. They can't do it until they get the re-stumping done. So Manager Leanne has put together some tender documents to go out to tender for the re-stumping. So then we will get some idea of the cost to get that re-stumping done. And in the meantime, Manager Leanne has been working with the Hall Committee to put forward an application for the roof. So that would cover the roof, and then the remaining money we would have to ask for council. Once we've got the quotes on the re-stumping, we could consider the W4Q, because then we could get that done straight away or as soon as possible, so that they can get that other application progressed through the Tackling Tough Times, which is, I think the timelines are the 30th of June. So that's why I just wanted to change this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillor. So your recommendation has those three elements there, including that we don't proceed with the BBRF application as recommended by manager, but we support the modular hall in an application, and that we go to tender for the re-stumping and consider using some of the unallocated works for Queensland money to contribute to the re-stumping. Okay, so we can see that there. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Potter. I'm now going to open up the debate to councillors, and we might start, Councillor Henson. We'll go back the other way this time. Councillor Henson, could we go to you for your thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I direct this at Manager Leanne. I'm struggling with this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the roof has been covered under insurance. Is that correct?
Sorry, Paul. Can you speak up? It's hard to hear you.
Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker. I was standing back towards my original position. I'm not used to sitting down your end of this table. So I hope that's a little bit, I hope this is a little bit clearer, but my question was directed at...
messing with my chair.
My question was directed at Manager Leanne in relation to the roof. Am I correct in saying that insurance, and we just went through in previous parts of the agenda, it said it was in discussions with the insurance company in relation to the roof, but has that been approved?
The insurer has provided advice back to us that they will make settlement with us. We have not received the money in the bank account, so they're going through their process of actioning that settlement. But no, right at this moment, the money is not sitting in the bank account, but they have agreed to settlement. So that's a payout for the insurance. Now, the reason why we have done that in this case is that we put a number of cases and costings to the insurer for the replacement of the roof, and that includes tie downs right through down to the top plate of the stumps to meet the building code. There is a number of if you use different certifiers will actually certify certain components, and the certifier that the insurer is using was happy to certify the previous works that they use, their elected builder, and won't necessarily do the upgrades like we're requesting to meet what our understanding is of the building code. So the insurer is making a payout really just on roof sheeting, and they're not really making any contribution to the upgrades to the timber in the roof. Now, we're aware that some of the rafters in the timber need to be replaced, and some of an additional timbers need to be put in there to meet the building code and strengthen the roof of that building. So, yeah, that's to answer the roofing. There is insurance for a component of the roofing, but it will not meet all of the roofing costs going forward.
Thank you, Manager Leanne. And in saying and looking at the facts and figures, and this has been talked about several times before, it's an exorbitant amount of money spent on a whole. You know, when we look at the figures here in front of us with the estimates, of course, these are only estimates of the re-stumping, the re-roofing, and the total project cost, and considering now that it's been taken off the table as far as the BBRF funding, and certainly the Gambling Community Benefit Fund for the roof, and there's insurance money there. I struggle a bit with this when the community of Monjul, and I know it's been talked about before, but a facility, perhaps a new facility, which would align and comply from day one, may be worth pursuing or certainly looking at in opposition to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of questions. So just in terms of the proposal, I just wanted to understand, I was trying to find the right spreadsheet, sorry, and I haven't been able to find it in the meeting. In terms of W4Q unallocated funds, I just wondered how much funding's actually there that hasn't been unallocated at this point in time.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we had previously had allocated about 1.6 million of the 5.6. So the 3.9 that is or 3.93 that's unallocated. That's for the future, for those future years. So yeah, there was some projects in those outer years that we didn't confirm. So there was projects sort of, I suppose, earmarked against them, but yeah, they haven't been confirmed through council.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thanks for that. Just in terms of the actual project itself, I just wanted to understand, I'm mindful we have actually, council has approved to or moved to put together a BBRF application. So I just wanted to understand how far we are actually progressed with that application package at this late point in time.
Just quickly. Thanks, Councillor. If I can just, while there's a break in the traffic, and I'll throw to that question to answer to Leanne, but also Linnell just brought to my attention, we've got a call for tenders going out tomorrow through the media. So through our normal tendering process. So I might just get Leanne to talk about that too. So we've just changed point 2 to that council notes the call for tender rather than council calls tender. And Leanne, if you wouldn't mind, just chatting about that one as well. So I suspect, without me getting too ambitious, is that we're chasing the cost further stumping through the tender process. So everyone's on the same page as far as having a look at the tender, but it's subtle but important change of wording.
Thank you, Mark. That's most helpful. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just would like to provide a little bit of background because there is a lot of moving parts to this, and I appreciate the confusion that we're putting everyone in. So I'll just go back. We have participated, that's we as in staff, have gone out and had a very good meeting, a very good discussion with the Monjul Hall Committee to really talk through where the committee sits with this, because it has been a great concern of ours in our property team about investing large amounts of money into a very old building. So we really wanted to make sure that we understood where the committee was coming from. They have shared with us, there was about 15 community members at that meeting. They shared with us that day their passion and their interest and their desire to really work hard at trying to preserve and look after the Monja Hall. They shared stories about how their families, their great-grandfathers and parents milled the timber to actually build the Monja Hall. So it has a lot of significant historical value in that community, and there were a lot of farmers at the table that were talking about the Monja Hall. So we as council officers were able to also talk to them about the cost of the repairs and how repairing and preserving this hall, they're not going to get a new facility, they're going to have a very old hall, and it will continuously need maintenance and repair works to the hall, which they were aware of. And we spoke about re-roofing and re-stumping does not bring any new electrical wiring to the hall. So there's a number of things that they're aware of now that they're going to have to look at going forward in the future. The committee at previous times have spoken about exactly what Councillor Hensham was talking about, a new facility. Is it better placed somewhere else in Monja? Would it service other community groups like the tennis group or the fire brigade group? And they have spoken about that at length. To a point they ended up putting it to the vote within their committee to see where their committee sat with that. The committee actually voted for the preservation of the old historical hall over a new facility, knowing that there's going to be large costs going forward in maintaining the hall. Also at that meeting we had a local builder that was asking questions of us about bringing the building up to code, the cost of bringing it up to code. How do we get that to happen on this site? It is currently on timber stumps. It's very low. It will need to be jacked up quite high. We talked about changing from timber stumps to steel stumps, how there could be savings in that. We talked about how we could put steel bearers under the hall to remove some of the amount of timber under there. So at great lengths, we've talked about a number of ideas to progress this. One of the problems they have is that we as council went to quotation probably about 12 months ago for timber stumps, and unfortunately we've had great difficulty in getting suppliers to actually quote on this job. So we've had restumpers from Brisbane, from Dalby, from Toowoomba and the Sunshine Coast come out and try to give us quotations, and there's a lot of pushback from the suppliers. However, we got consensus and feedback from quite a few of them that they would prefer steel, and the committee and the community have agreed that that may be a way forward, even though, once again, preserving a timber hall, they would have liked timber, but it's not cost effective. So they've agreed to look at and agreed to the steel stumps. Based on the site and the difficulty with the soil, they have to go in the ground at least 1.6 metres, so quite a large depth, which is making it hard for this site as well. Hence why we need a very competent supplier or contractor to actually jack the hall up and to get underneath. As you can imagine, getting underneath a hall and trying to dig those holes down to 1.6. So that's much further than what they're currently at. They're probably only at 600. So it's a large amount of work to get down and dig those holes. So it really needs to be mechanical, some sort of machine to assist in doing that. So there's been great discussion, a lot of talk in this community and also through our team. So our commitment to the Monja Hall to get a really good understanding of costs going forward is that we needed to call for tender. We've had the footings and the stumps redrawn by an engineer and signed off, and that's thank you to Mark. Yes, we have called for tender, or will be calling for tender this week to update those re-stumping quotations, because the difficulty, and as you can appreciate with the BBRF, is that you need to be shovel ready and you need to have those quotes right on target, and we're not in that position. So it does offer a little bit of risk to council if we don't have good quotations, and we've got that backing from council. So we really need it to go to tender. So that's progressing, and that will give council a better understanding and the community a better understanding of the true cost of re-stumping to the steel. We do have quotes for the roofing. They are also 12 months old. And we appreciate, yes, we have got this insurance matter sort of holding there, and we would like to settle on that. But at the same time, we are calling for re-roofing of the Monjol Hall as well to get true costings. Once again, council needs that information, and so does the community group. The community group are really keen to put an application in for the roof, and they're happy to do that with a little bit of assistance from ourselves, and also we would have these quotations or this tender back in time to submit as part of that application, so it should have a really nice up-to-date quote. And why we really haven't talked about the insurance money, the grant that they're going for is only $200,000. So if the roof comes back at 220, 250, it could be that they need to come back and talk to council, and you would have that insurance money there to help contribute to that. A project of this size is also going to need a project manager, because there's going to be quite a lot of site work with contractors and inductions and just assisting in overseeing the works out there. So once again, you could use some of that funding to help fund that sort of project management. So just wanted to share all that. There's quite a bit of background to this report and all the work that's been happening behind the scenes, but certainly from our point of view, we do not believe that we are in the best position to put a shovel-ready project together under the Building Better Regions Fund. We have done an enormous amount of work last weekend to get it there. It is drafted. We probably just need to polish up the last two selection criteria, but we don't have those up-to-date quotations, and we're really submitting a quotation that's 12 months old, and we do not have one really good one for the re-stumping because we just couldn't get that out of any suppliers over the last 12 months. So just sharing with you where we're at for that project.
Thank you, Madam Gillian. Councillor Shoemaker, did you want to have anything further there or a response?
No, that's a great update. Thank you. I can see it's a bit bittersweet because we would have had to have done that work as part of the BBRF, and then to come to this point and go, be so close to completing an application and realise that another approach may be best suitable. I'm really mindful of that history and that connection to the hall, and certainly I think that's important that we respect that. But I'm also mindful of changes in committees, which we've seen in other halls. So it's good to hear that that has been a problem for some of those other hall communities. So it's good to see that this committee is very committed to this project and committed to the hall. And I probably just want to understand, like, if for us to enter into this arrangement, I would actually like to see a commitment from them or some assurance with their constitution in terms of their ongoing maintenance of this facility, because I'm quite comfortable for them to accept the risks when it comes to electrical wiring and all of the other things that will come with this project. That I think it's wonderful that they're willing to accept that it will cost to maintain this piece of history, and that they're willing to do that work. And I fully respect and appreciate that. But I do think for me to support this motion, I do want to see some sort of agreement with this hall committee, so we don't end up in a position, so future councils, like the position we're currently in with Tingura Hall Committee that doesn't exist, but we've got a hall that really did require maintenance and ongoing investment, and that didn't happen, and a very old constitution, and now sort of trying to find a way forward for that community. So I probably just want some level of reassurance or some sort of just point around the fact that I'm willing to accept the risk and take this other approach if we have a written agreement with that Modular Hall Committee that this hall does not fall back to the council in a couple of years when it gets tough. That, you know, we're both putting in equal skin in the game. So, Manager Leanne, I know you've done a lot of research into hall agreements, particularly with the Tingura situation, and you know, I know Bowie Hall's in a similar situation. It's got a very old agreement. What are your thoughts in relation to that in terms of actually getting some sort of agreement down that legally binds both council and this committee to what they're committing to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you're aware, Mondial Hall is one of those groups that we're holding this site in trust for the actual Mondial Hall committee. The legal binding agreement that we currently have is a very old trust agreement, and we've brought that to council before Christmas, and we decided that we would progress and pursue dealing with those trust documents. We need lots of communication and consultation with the community and prepare those cases to go to the Supreme Court to have the trust and the tenure sorted. The Mondial Hall Committee was saying the same thing, to be honest with you, Councillor Shoemaker. They were actually asking on the day for a lease arrangement to secure their sort of tenure in this facility as well. And I did explain to them that, council, we really need to go through this other lengthy process to have it sorted out for once and for all. And I'm not quite sure, and I'm happy to take it away and have a look, whether or not we can have some sort of other agreement sitting over the top or parallel, I should say, why we were actually dealing with this trust deed. So I'm not a lawyer, so it's something that we would have to just look into and see whether or not we can have some other agreement and what does that really mean. But certainly all I can say is the committee were in the same position. They were thinking, and they were certainly asking about some sort of lease arrangement to guarantee some sort of tenure over it. They have been an active committee. I just can't remember off the top of my head, for 10 or 15 years. They've had a bank account. They've got financial documents, a constitution. So they have got a long history of raising funds. I do believe their bank balance, they do share that with us as well. So they have got this grant money of $50,000, and I'm pretty sure they have another $20,000 in the bank to help them cover their, events, insurance, some basic minor maintenance as well. But like all hall committees, they are of the older generation. There is not a lot of young people sitting at the table. But you've just got to think about the community it is in. And we had that discussion with some of the farmers there, that their children are not necessarily home on the farm. So yes, a lot of the farmers out that way are of an older age. So therefore, that's why we weren't seeing too many younger people sitting at the table. But we probably see that across our entire region, to be fair.
Yeah, thank you for that further context. Councillor Duff, I don't know if you would be open to adding to your motion. Otherwise, I'm happy to move an amendment, but I would like to see us actually investigate some sort of parallel agreement in line with that work that's happening regarding the trust documents. I understand that could take some time through the Supreme Court. So some kind of parallel agreement so it's clear in terms of whose responsibilities everyone's responsibilities in moving forward during this period. If that's included in the motion, I'm fully supportive. I do believe, regardless of age of anybody, I do think having a facility like this in an active community group that's coming together and talking to each other, particularly in the good and the bad times that happen in the rural industry, is important. And to be honest, if that community is really passionate about this facility, then we have to respect that. And we certainly can't leave another community with a broken down asset. If we're going to keep it, we're going to have to maintain it. So my view is I'm fully supportive, but I would like to see that actual investigation into some sort of lease agreement, clear responsibilities, because I can see how this could change over time, and I want to set both our council and this committee up for success.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff, in light of that, we might, well, if we could just perhaps put an item 4 in there for you to consider, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff, sorry, that investigate and seek to implement an appropriate arrangement with, or formal arrangement, appropriate formal arrangement with the Mondial Hall Committee that supports the any future lease agreement in relation to the ongoing management and maintenance of the facility. Councillor Shoemaker, I might just get you to come in here as to whether that covers off or whether you'd like to change that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, that's perfect. That's exactly what the intent of what I'm trying to say. Definitely some sort of arrangement that's clear for both parties, and I completely appreciate that we'll probably have to seek legal advice for that while we're going through the trustee process.
Thank you. Councillor Duff, then, are your thoughts on the addition of item 4?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very keen on the addition of item 4. The Mondial Hall Committee were asking for that. They wanted some security around tenure as well. So they would be, I know that they would be supportive of that as well.
Councillor Potter, as the seconder, would you be prepared to support that addition?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, everybody. We'll keep moving on then. Councillor Shoemaker, anything further before we go to Councillor Froloff?
No, just confirming with Manager Leanne that addition works for the team for council.
Manager, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, as I said, I'm, we did have that feedback from Mondial Hall Committee, and we would certainly seek legal advice to just see how we can put something in place. So, yep, happy to progress with that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the numbers here that was in the original motion. So, correct me if I'm wrong, for my first part, that will be a saving of about $100,000, about $100,000 with regards to if we were going to put in a BBRF grant as opposed to this new recommendation here. And also, it's actually really good that the Mondial Hall's so keen on getting that arrangement, because I know they came into a council meeting, was that towards the end of last year, I think, Mr. Mayor, that they were quite keen, and we had quite a few members of the Mondial Hall Committee there when we were discussing some of the insurance and roofing and things like that at that time. And I think they wanted an agreement set up then with us, but we were unable to. So I'm looking forward to moving forward with this one with the Mondial Hall and having that agreement. Thank you.
Councillor Froloff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I totally agree with what all the councillors are saying, especially Councillor Shoemaker for putting in dot point 4. Because I've got, as you know, I've got Bowie Hall over here, which we've got their annual AGM tomorrow night. And they do struggle, but they don't want to give it up. And we're working to get things happening out there, and the man shed did all the painting and looks good now. But yeah, I'm agreeable with this. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Duff, we'll go back to you for right of reply before we go to the vote. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Kathy, but do you mind if I try and draw the Mayor's attention? Mr Mayor, could I speak before Councillor Duff?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, just with this, I've probably got to turn my mic out over to the inside for you to see it. Sorry, it's been on for some time. I just would like to express my concerns, having had a deal of experience with halls, and 3 of them in all re-roofing, re-stumping and reallocating. And I can assure you that it will be scary, the cost in today's environment of re-stumping that hall. It is a massive hall. It is a beautiful old hall in its day, of course. And it's so disappointing to see our community halls in rural sectors go to a little bit of disrepair like many of them do. Personally, I'd like to see, you know, some better facts and figures around the re-roofing costs and the stumping. And I know the stumping's gone out to tender. Yeah, I'd like to see those figures come back, because honestly, they will be scary. The re-stumping of that hall, and I appreciate with the use of steel, the roofing iron and the steel underneath, the price of steel has doubled in recent times. It will be absorbent, this project. And I'm not saying, I would like to see some further clarification on the costings, because this has the ability to be absolutely huge in the cost of this, having known what's involved in re-stumping halls and been involved in the cost of them. And let me assure you, in today's environment, it would be double what I've experienced in recent times. So, yeah, that just worries me. That really does worry me, that the cost implications to this will be huge. Taking that on board, yeah, and thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, and that's great to see the modular hall as well, wanting to get some clarity and something on documents there. I'm fully supportive of all that. I just, in the Gambling Community Benefit Fund, do you not have to have quotes to apply for that? So are we not putting the cart before the horse a little bit here? I mean, we don't know what the roof's going to cost. We don't know what the stumping is going to cost. So personally, I'd like to see it lay on the table until we get some more clarification around the cost implications to this. But yeah, as you know, I'm heavily involved in rural community halls, and I know only full too well, and I certainly appreciate the Mondor community and their passion for this hall. And it's so disappointing to see these halls go in that disrepair, and the young ones aren't there left in the communities anymore. But there's an enormous amount of work to do here, not just now, but down the future for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. General Manager and your staff, just in terms of the question, I think Councillor Henson's question goes primarily to item 1. We support the Mondor Hall application to the super round of the gambling fund. Would they need to put some, obviously, costings, I'd imagine, in that, and some quotes for that, surely?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, they will. And when we're going to tender this week, we'll have a response back by the end of February, early March, for evaluation. And we would be sharing that with the Mondor Hall Committee. And they would be submitting that quotation in with their application for the super round. The super round does not close until the 10th of March. So I think that's right, wasn't it? The 10th of March. So yes, there's a few weeks there out from the 10th of March where the Hall Committee will need to get together and determine whether or not they're going to continue to progress with the application, but they will have a up-to-date quotation back to consider.
Thank you. And council, if they get it, they can get 100% of the funding, so they can get up to 200,000. Council would be then, we would, if it comes in over 200,000, that would be another matter then for council to consider, wouldn't it, as to whether we were prepared to contribute any extra should the quote be in excess of 200,000. Mr. CEO, just want to make sure this resolution doesn't lock us into having to do that, because it doesn't. It's silent on that matter at this point in time. So this resolution, we'd have an opportunity to reconsider that in the future, Mr. CEO.
Yes, I believe so, Mayor, and certainly with any tender process, we don't have to accept any tender. So it's at the end of the day, it's in all our documentation. It's at council's discretion to progress or not. If I've got your question right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO. So what this really does is says that we're going to support their application, but that we're not indicating here that we would provide any funding should the roof come in at more than 200,000. And that we are calling tender, we're noting that for the restumping, and that we will consider using unallocated works for Queensland to contribute to the restumping. So that doesn't, my reading of that, and please correct me, Mr. CEO, that doesn't commit council to doing so. It just says that we would consider that at a future budget meeting.
You're absolutely
Item
correct.
3, we're going to. Right, yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Mayor. So the first one is my apologies. The first one is a support in principle and support their application with no monetary value attached to it. So that support would be in kind as far as sharing of information and assistance. And point 2 is would basically fold into a budgetary discussion through the process going forward. Capital program discussion with our own capital grants works for Queensland. So it certainly would come back to that. At this point, the Buildings Better Region resolution would have, or if it had gone through, would have committed us to a 50% funding arrangement. So yeah, the first 2 is supporting their application. Well, certainly the intent of them is to, as far as I read them, support the intent of the application and position us for a future budget discussion when we have all the information.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Just in light of Councillor Henson's and our CEO's and Leanne's comments now, councillors, did you have any further questions? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Actually, just further to this conversation, and noting that the BBRF application is so far to completion and the team had worked on the weekend to finalise that, I completely understand the quotation is late, but I think if we could provide some narrative around the fact that, you know, we are seeking new quotations, we realise it's been 12 months in the funding application. I actually think council should still keep its options open and progress with the BBRF grant for the restumping component of up to 230,000. So remove the roof because I understand we've still got things in play there. But for the actual restumping component, we're still, if we're so close to completing the BBRF application, I'm just struggling to understand why we wouldn't apply for some funding for this project. You know, whether we get it or not, who knows? But if we've completed all this work and actually put resources to it, calling the tender for the stumping isn't going to make any real difference to the material application in my mind. So I'm just seeking any further comments or advice from Manager Leanne or Peter O'May with this, but I'm actually thinking we should still put forward the BBRF application for the restumping, because if that does cost, you know, the estimate here that we've got is 230,000. If we get 50% contribution, well, that's still cutting down council's contribution to the project and making it more cost effective to do this. So I welcome any thoughts about that, but I'm just thinking it's worth proceeding with the BBRF grant just for at least the restumping component of this project.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff, if we were to change item 3 so that we said that council, we take the word does not, so we say progress the BBRF application for the restumping of the hall.
So, Mr. Mayor.
What are your thoughts on that? That gives us another string to our bow then, I suppose, does it? Another option.
Mr. Mayor, the problem with that is that the hall committee have the funding to do the wheelchair accessible toilets. They really need to get the re-stumping done. And if we put an application in and wait through that whole process, it could be 12 months before we get any way forward with that. So that would just frustrate the whole process. And I know the committee will just tear their hair out because they are just trying so hard to get something happening with this. And that would just, it's just going to take too long. So that's why the idea was to change it and not actually apply for that funding, but rather try and get the re-stumping money.
So when does the FRRR funding for the disability toilets have to be acquitted by?
It expires on the 30th of June.
Right. Okay. And when would we be likely to get an answer on our BBRF funding, General Manager O'May?
There isn't a time frame for that actually, like allocated when it would be expected. But yeah, I would not think it'd be till probably it could be September, October. I'm not sure. They are notoriously late, those announcements.
Thank you. We'll go back to Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you.
Yes, I understand. So the reason why we're wanting to fast track this is because if they install the PWAD facilities, we're going to have to upgrade the existing ramp and provide dedicated parking facilities. I would imagine dedicated parking facilities for people with disabilities at the hall. We could do something cost effective in the interim to meet that requirement. And with the upgrade to the existing ramp, if we upgrade the existing ramp, I understand there is some cost involved in that, but I also, so that at the moment they can complete their toilet facilities. I just think the risk of doing that work, even if we have to remove the ramp so that they redo the stumping, I would hope we could design something that could be reused or refitted once we do the re-stumping. I imagine that's how it works with any removal house or anything when you do works like these. So I'm just probably chasing some clarity. I completely appreciate the hurry that the committee do want to put in place with this project, noting that they've got to get those people with disability facilities done. However, I am concerned further to what Councillor Henson has said around the cost of re-stumping, and this is an opportunity to get some funds to help toward the project and extend our budget further. So that's what I'm thinking at this point in time. We still proceed with the BBRF, and even if we have to put in this resolution that Council support the group with the upgrade to the existing access ramp as a temporary, measure until we have confirmation of the stumping. At some point, we're going to have to pay for this regardless. I'm just thinking we were, with the BBRF grant, at least we may have some support, and coming into a federal election, and no doubt I know you'd certainly know more about the political landscape out there at the moment than I would, but I would just think it would be a good project to put forward. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, General Manager O'May, Manager Leanne, just in terms of the work that needs to be done then before they can do those disability toilets, can you just clarify that for us, the committee, around the disability ramp and the stumping? What are the issues there?
Sure. So the re-stumping is the number one priority for that site. So they can't actually do any of their bathroom renovations until they get the floor level, because what's going to happen is they go in there and do their bathroom renovations, and then we're going to have to jack up the building and then do all their stumping, and they're not going to be able to get things level in those bathrooms. So the priority is actually the re-stumping first. The access ramp, there's a few upgrades that need to happen to the access ramp, but in terms of the access ramp, it's not major modifications. It's not like we've got to pull it down and replace it with a new one. The gradient is of a perfect gradient, but it does need to be brought up to code. So it needs new kick rails and new handrails just to meet those requirements. So there's not big costs in the actual access ramp itself, but it does go out to a footpath that doesn't really join up with a disabled car park. So we've learnt from our other capital works projects that's probably key. It's fine to have an access ramp, a disability ramp, but you really got to be able to get to it from your car. So there will need to be some curb and channel and some minor modifications to the car park. But most definitely it's the restumping that is of the highest importance. And I take on board, I just wanted to clarify, I do take on board the comments from Councillor Henshin about getting those true costings, because it has worried us as officers. We are preparing a BBRF based on estimates, and that's what I've shared in the report there is the estimated cost for that restumping. And we are making major modifications to that design. So we're using figures there that is an estimate, and we're using that design that was timber stumps, and it's 12 months old. And appreciate what Councillor Henshin is saying with modifying and going to steel, and we've had 12 months, there's going to be some major increases in costs. And we're really, I'm worried that we're going to be misguiding council, asking you for, you know, a $230,000 contribution to restumping, and therefore we're looking at a BBRF of 115. But if that restumping comes back in at 280,000 or 300,000, we're not going to have the funding contribution from BBRF. You're only going to have a proportion, and then council's going to have to find the rest. So, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to highlight that because that is a risk that we've identified at offices. And yes, we have put a lot of work into the application, but it's a good position to be in to see how it's so important to have these projects shovel ready and fully costed before we start actually writing the grant application. And I know that would be great in the perfect world, and we try to rush these things through, but this is just one. I just don't hold confidence in that restumping estimate. And I'm just worried that we're just putting the project at major risk moving forward. So holding and waiting for true costings is probably the way forward.
Thanks, Leanne. Yep. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, but I agree. Like, I completely understand. And, yeah, thank you for highlighting the bathroom renos. I had forgotten that piece of the parcel that they needed the floor level. What we're kind of with this resolution, though, is we're saying we're going to investigate the cost. We still don't know if we're going to contribute the funds. So I guess in my mind, I'm thinking that's not really fair to the Module Hall Committee, because we're saying, yes, we'll investigate the costs. No, we're not sure if we'll actually contribute the money. So that still leaves them in limbo with their bathroom renovation by the end of June. That's kind of where my head's at. I know we've dragged this on for too long. It's a big decision, because I'm so mindful if the tender comes back and it's 370,000 or whatever it could be for actually restumping this hall, I think in making this decision, we all have to recognise that, well, in some way we're going to have to do that before June. We're going to have to allocate those funds if we take this approach. I'm not comfortable with leaving this committee in limbo any longer. And that is a lot of money for a small committee when we're looking at all of the challenges we have on the table. So I guess that's where my head's at, and I'd just love to hear from my colleagues. I know we've talked about this, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate we're outside of standing orders, but it's a very difficult decision, and I just don't want to be leading this committee down the garden path unless we are actually going to commit W4 funds to this. And that's probably what I think needs to be in the resolution if we're not going to go through with the BBRF. what are my colleagues' thoughts, please, Mr. Mayor, if we can? Sorry, you're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I agree. I think we've got to get this right, and it's important we have this proper conversation today. That's the beauty of standing committees. So we might go back around the floor then. Councillor Froloff, let's start with you. What are your thoughts about Councillor Shoemaker's observations that if we do item 2 there, that we would have to almost give some sort of indication that we are going to fund the balance of the restumping?
Yeah, I'm with both Councillor Henson and Councillor Shoemaker. This is a tough decision, and you don't want to leave that committee in limbo. I totally agree with that, but I don't want the burden of council, maybe down the long run, end up picking up the sticks and paying more than what they really need to pay. So that's, and I totally agree with Councillor Henson that, and this is one of few halls that are owned by that council have owned, and I know it's great to see these committee members. And they're all elderly, like Bowie Hall's only got elderly members, and there's no one coming up from the ranks. Either they get shot down when they try and join, or they're not interested because they've got a life of their own, they've got family and all this. But I don't want to see council left paying out a lot of money for the stuff that they want to do, because they have been back and forth, Mondial Hall, with council, so I'll have to think about it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, so this is a huge thing. Now, we've been out there a couple of times for different functions, and I've seen quite a few younger generation and younger people sort of out in that community. So I think there will be later on a generation that comes through after the people that are there now, you know, because they're out there, they've got younger kids. And I think that that this particular resolution that Kathy's put forward is actually a pretty good one. I understand where Councillor Shoemaker's coming from with regards to progressing the BBRF application, because so much work has been done to it, but I don't want that to impede on the Modular Hall Committee moving forward with what they would like to do. We already knew we'd probably have to put some money into the stumping. We discussed that, we've talked about it. We know we're getting some money back from insurance, which I believe we can use wherever we want. So I just think that we need to move forward with this for the sake of Modular Hall Committee, get them to sign an agreement and just move forward, and later on hand the hall over to the committee, because no one's going to want to put an effort and work into something that if they can't see anything moving forward, they're just going to literally give up and walk away, and we don't want them to do that. We want them to put that effort in. We want them to keep moving forward, and I believe in the Hall Committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Duff, I think unless Councillor Hitchens got any further to add, we might go back to you for right of reply shortly. The only matter I think Councillor Shoemaker has raised that we do need to consider is that, you know, item 2, we're saying, well, we'll call for tenders. We're doing that now. The tenders come in, and then we have a budget discussion about whether or not we're going to allocate W4Q money to top up what we've got from insurance. Now, who knows? That could be 50,000. It could be 150,000. In Councillor Shoemaker's point, Councillor Duff, is that should we be making some sort of commitment here to that, or are we really just leading the committee down a path where they build up their expectations, the quotes come in, and then we say, oh no, we're not going to fund it. I think, Councillor Shoemaker, correct me if I've got you wrong there, but I think that was one of the points you were raising.
Yes,
I'll go to you on that. Yeah,
I think we need to actually remove the word consider and actually make it allocate and recognise that that's open-ended, as Councillor Henson has said. This could be much more than what we expect. But if we're going to call for tenders on the re-stumping, and if we're mindful that the bathroom needs to be done before June and they've got 50,000 to do that, then I actually think we need to allocate the funds to do the re-stumping and acknowledge that the challenges that the team have had in terms of even getting a contractor to quote, and that steel is the way forward, that it's going to be 1.6 metres underground. So it is going to be a costly exercise, but I'm not prepared to actually take the committee on this journey and then have a budget discussion where we all say, when it comes in, because it very well could come in, I imagine it's going to be 6 figures. And we all sort of say, oh, no, that's too much money. Because I know that W4Q list, I'm looking at it here, there are a lot of projects on that and we've all talked about it. But I do think we need to actually, if we're going to do this, boots and all, we allocate the funds and we get it done.
yes, I can certainly see your point. We don't want to create any. We certainly don't want to be confusing the committee about what we're trying to achieve here and saying we're going to do one thing and then it comes to the budget and we decide to do another. I'm seriously considering what you're saying myself. Councillor Duff, what are your thoughts on item making that adjustment to item 2?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to change it to allocate. I was just concerned about how much it was, but I understand what you're saying. We are leading them up the garden path if we aren't prepared to commit. So at some point we do have to commit one way or the other. So probably better to do it sooner rather than later, so that that everyone knows where they stand with it. So yeah, happy to change that wording. And I just wanted to say on the back of what's been said, as Councillor Potter said, there's been if you run a function at that Montreal Hall, it's always packed. The farmers' nights, we get young and old. It's a very, very strong rural area, and we closed the Heisel Hall, and the commitment was that we would look after that Montreal Hall, and the community are very proactive and they're very keen to see something happen. And so, just really don't want to take them down a road that we can't deliver on. So very keen to support, whatever the committee thinks about allocating that money. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So that being the case, we can look at that. The other thing, of course, is if they're unsuccessful with the super round and they haven't got the money for the roof, Councillor Duff, where does that leave us then with the roof? Because I'm also conscious of the fact that our ratepayers have only got a certain level of appetite or a tolerance level on how much money they're going to want us to be spending on a hall at Monjaw. And with all due respect to the Monjaw people and the value of that hall historically, fully respect that, but I also know that we've got to be accountable to the ratepayers if we've then got to turn around and do the roof as well. So can I just give a bit of an update on what happens if we can't do the roof? If they don't get the funding for the roof, what then happens with the roof? Are we able to leave the roof? Because we may not well have the funding to be able to do both, to support the stumping if it needs extra fund, and then also turn around and do the roof in the same year or within a short, reasonable period of time. Councillor Duff, Leanne, I'm just keen to get that clarified. Thanks.
So at this point, the roof hasn't caused any issues. So there was a storm and it had hail damage, and that's why we were able to get the funding. But it's just, as far as I'm aware, at this point, it's not an urgent issue, and they could try for other funding. It's just dents in the iron, as far as I'm aware.
So Leanne, the stumps absolutely have to be done because the floor's not level. Once that's done, they can go ahead and then do their disability toilets and kitchen or whatever it is. And then the roof would have to sit in abeyance, subject to what happens with the super round. And if that's not successful, it would just have to sit and wait until some other funding became available into the future. Leanne, what are your thoughts on that?
Mr Mayor, I'm glad you raised it. I mean, the risk will sit with council. You have got a payout on a roof. You take the payout from the insurance company and you sit on that money and you don't progress with the works. The insurance company no longer insures that roof until you replace it and provide evidence of replacement. So if the roof blows off in a storm tonight or gets seriously damaged again, you have no insurance cover, is my understanding, for that building, for just the roof. So that's the risk council runs. I think also I am a little bit concerned that if the committee was unsuccessful and the committee is aware that council has some insurance money, whether they will be putting additional pressure back on council to look at some other funding opportunities to try to fast track and get that roof back on that hall. So, yeah, I am concerned that could happen, but the risk you run is that council will not have insurance on that roof if there is another storm once the payout is provided to council.
Okay, thanks again. Does anyone want to add anything further? I know we're running out of time, but this will have to come back to a council meeting anyway, so there will be time to, this is a recommendation. So all I can say, I suppose, in terms of our standing orders is don't feel council as though you're locked in. It's a recommendation. You'll have time to reconsider it between now and when the meeting happens at the end of the month. But having said that, is anyone wanting to add anything further before we go to the vote? No. Councillor Duff,
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Mayor. I totally, where you just came with is what happens if they don't get this grant fund up. That's where I was going. That's where I wanted to know what would be council's obligation, and that's been answered. So that was mainly my concern, and thank you for bringing that up. That was the concern of if they don't get this grant, what happens? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further council comments before we go to Councillor Duff? No. All right, Councillor Duff, right of reply before we go to the vote. Quickly, thank you. Oh, Councillor Henson, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm sitting over here still waving my microphone and my hands frantically, but maybe I should go and sit out in the middle here.
Sorry.
Look, and I'll say it again, and there's one thing that I will make comment on. Being heavily involved in community halls in the rural sector myself, I know exactly where this can go in costings. It is scary. I get goosebumps because when you start talking, and I've been to the Monastery Hall, but I haven't counted them, but there would be, I'm imagining, somewhere between 80 and 120 stumps under that hall. 140, thank you. I was going to ask that question. I thought, no, I won't, but 140 at 1.6 metres, that is a massive undertaking to lift that hall up to do that. And there was some very reputable house re-stumpers in southeast Queensland. And the roofing, and as I said about the steel prices, it is a massive, massive undertaking, and there will be serious cost implications. In the event, and Manager Leanne, if they're unsuccessful in the Gambling Community Benefit Fund, they can just reapply again anyway. So it can just rolls over, and that's fine, and it's all time consuming. This isn't going to happen, even in the event of accepting a tender to re-stump. I would imagine it's not going to happen for a long, long time, and to undertake that job would be a massive task for someone to do, to cement all that in and dig the holes and lift the hall up. That being said, and I've seen it, when these community halls do get refurbished, they do attract the people. So it's a serious curly one, and it's been so disappointing to see a wonderful big old hall go into such disrepair. I guess there's some little things there. The wheelchair access out the front, it probably doesn't comply in the fact that it's not on the actual allocated allotment. Is that correct? Has that become an issue?
Yes, that is correct. It's not on the exact boundary, however, or in the exact allotment. However, we could actually come up with a permit system for the structure that sits just outside of the boundary. We're not talking about a large amount of that ramp.
Fully understand that, and as you touched on earlier on, you know, it's not just PWD to the hall. There's an issue then to get them from their vehicle into that facility as well. So certainly appreciate all of that. But yeah, look, my concern is the cost implications, and the cost implications to the ratepayers is where this will end up. And at the moment, we don't know. It's an unknown figure, but if you doubled it and added some, I think you might be getting close. So that's my concern.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff, let's go to you for a right of reply, and then we'll wrap up with the vote. Thank you. Oh, hang on, sorry. My apologies. I'll be item 2, take the word and consider. Out. Notes the call for tender for re-stumping and allocates and uses unallocated. Councillor Shoemaker, is that sort of where you were going with that suggested change?
Mayor, can I butt in? Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker, but if we're going to go into that, Lynelle and I were playing with a new 2. So if we can just have a go. So it would be notes the call for tender for the re-stumping and commits to a percentage allocation of the remaining unallocated W4Q funding to contribute to the re-stumping, and the final amount to be confirmed upon the conclusion of the tender process. Because we just don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll type that up.
We might just get that on the...
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. You often come forward with something that helps us move on. Love your work. Can we just get that on the screen? Thanks, Lionel. We can all have a look at that. That might just be the compromise we need so that we're then not locked into a set figure, but it shows a commitment.
The difficulty with leaving it open is that we don't. So if this way we may not, with the other funding blends that may be available, we may not be funding the whole thing. So we're only contributing a percentage, partly is the thinking.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO. So I'm just going to ask Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Duff and Councillor Potter, as the Councillor Shoemaker raised the issue, Councillor Duff and Potter, you're the movers and seconders. Is anyone particularly concerned about our CEO's suggestion?
No, I think that's perfect.
Thank you. Councillor Duff?
Yes, I think that's perfect as well.
Councillor Potter?
It's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duff, any concluding comments before we go to the vote? Thank you, Mr. CEO. Also, that's wonderful. Thank you. Councillor Duff, before we go to the vote?
No, I'm all good. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, let's go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Okay, I've got everyone on screen. I'm just going to blow up the chamber image. Councillor Duff, we've got your hand. Councillor Henson's hand is up, I believe. Yep, so that's been carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we'll just now move on to the next item. I'll get that up on the screen. Lynelle, thank you for that. And we're up now to the request for support to install a big avocado in Blackbutt. That's at page 92, and it's item 9.6 on the agenda. We can see the recommendation there where the committee recommend to council that council accept for information the request and supporting documentation provided by the Bloomin' Beautiful Blackbutt Festival Incorporated, and that a letter of support be provided to the festival committee to pursue additional external funding to progress the design, construction, specifications of the big avocado in Les Mullet Park, Blackbutt. Do we have a mover for that? Hang on, I've just got to put the screen up again. Sorry, we've got a mover. Yes, we've got Councillor Duff. Yep, okay, and Councillor Potter. So Councillor Potter's moved and Councillor Duff seconded. Thank you. Now we might just ask go around the table. Any questions, concerns on this one? Does anyone particularly have any issues? it seems pretty straightforward, but any speakers? No? We'll look to go to the vote then. Okay, those in favour? Got Ros, yep, we've got Hook and Kathy and Kirsty's in favour. We support the big avocado on black butt. Thank you all. Carried unanimously. Next item on the agenda will be 9.7, where we've got an update on the Highsville Progress Association request for release. That's at 115, and the recommendation from the committee, from the staff, is that at this stage we just received the report for information. So the report is provided there. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter. Second, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Henson was just before you, Councillor Shoemaker. Second, Councillor Henson. I'm going to get you up there, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Councillors, any questions in relation to the report? General Manager, do you want to add any commentary to that at this stage?
No further information to add.
Mr. Nothing from me.
Thank you, Leanne. You're happy with nothing you wanted to particularly bring to our attention on that lease request at this point in time?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all. Well, we'll go to the vote then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. I can see Hook's piece of paper. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.8 is appointment of real estate agents. Now, that's at 116, and we have the report there, whereby the recommendation is that the committee recommended council to enter into, that council enter into a contract for the provision of real estate sales services with 1, Wando Real Estate, 2, Master Key Realty, 3, Aussie Land and Livestock, and 4, Main Street Realty. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Potter's moved. I'm just going to see if we've got anything on the screen. Councillor Henson or Councillor Duff? Yep, Councillor Duff's got a hand up. We've got a seconder there from Councillor Duff. Thanks, Leanne. Thanks, Liddell. Councillors, we might go around the table on this one, but before we do, Manager Leanne, did you want to give us a quick overview of the process there for councillors? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, Council did call for the quotations from real estates across the South Burnett. At the first round that we sent out, no quotations were received, and that was just through our Felix system. So then we reissued and called for quotation again, but the second time round we sent emails out to every real estate agent in the South Burnett, and we only received 5 suppliers that have submitted a quotation. So no real estate agents from the Nangos submitted a quotation for the works, and no one from Mergen. So I just wanted to highlight that. The real estate agent in Wandai, the real estate agent in Blackbutt were the only, and Proston were the only real estate agents that nominated for those particular areas. So Aussie Land and Livestock and Rain and Horn were then the only real estate agents that nominated for the Kingaroy district. And Aussie Land and Livestock did nominate for the entire region across all districts. So they were the only real estate agent that put their hand up for the lot. So I just wanted to confirm that. But we have gone through a evaluation process just to have a look at the tenders in terms of what each of the real estate agents are offering. As you would appreciate, their commission rate does vary across all of the real estate agents, ranging from 2% up to 5%. And also in terms of what they're offering in their advertising and support to council to market a piece of real estate. So these agents would just be selling any parcels of land that are vacant to that you have identified through our land sales process. And normally what we do is we go out to tender through council first, and then if we're unsuccessful in picking up a successful tenderer, then we would want to list this parcel of land, maybe with one of these real estate agents. In the past, we have had just one real estate agent for the whole region. Several years ago, we had LJ Hooker for the entire region. Just recently, we've had Rain and Horn Kingaroy for the entire region. But now that we've got a better handle on it and a better understanding of the real estate market and real estate agents and how active they are and how they work in certain areas. So certainly the real estate agent out at Blackbutt, he's getting, he or she is getting a lot of interest from, from Crow's Nest, Yarraman and that sort of area. So yeah, they really target the market down there. So if we had a parcel of land down there for sale, it makes sense to actually use a real estate agent that's in that particular district. So anyway, we've gone through the evaluation process. Our recommendation is certainly the agent at Proston, Wandai and Blackbutt, because there was no one else applied for those particular sites or districts. We would recommend them. And then we would be looking at giving real Aussie Land and Livestock a turn. They have the same commission rate as Rain and Horn. They were offering a little bit more through their marketing, but at the same time, the cost for marketing was a little bit dearer. So, basically pay users, but they did offer a number of opportunities for us to get our and promote our vacant land if we were to sell through them. So not having someone for the Nango and Mergen, what we would recommend is that we would just pick up the real estate agent, for example, at Kingaroy and Blackbutt and see whether or not they would be willing to take on the Nango. And then the real estate agent at Wandai, would they be interested in taking on any land that we may have for sale at Mergen and market and target that for us. So that's where we're at with the background to the recommendation.
Thank you, Leanne. We'll go to our councillors now. Councillor Henson, we'll go back the other way. Any questions or comments from you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Duff?
I think it's really great that we're going out and giving, spreading the opportunity around to all these different businesses. I'm surprised that there wasn't anyone from Nanango or Mergen. It seems why they would miss out on that opportunity. But anyway, that it is what it is. But yeah, just really pleased to see us looking at doing more town-based, working with the different towns to support those businesses. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you. Just in terms of just thinking about some of the things that we might enter into with those contracts, are we sort of agreeing to a standard rate of commission with all of those agencies, or is that subject to change based on what they've tendered for or expressed an interest for? Yeah.
Sure. So the real estate form that you fill out when you nominate your parcel of land for sale with the real estate agent is you would be locking into the terms and conditions with the real estate agent and the commission. So what we would be doing here for the period of time, we would be locking into what the real estate agent has offered. So in some cases, as I said, they do vary. Some are 2% up to 5%, and they've all got different percentages in commission. So we would not have a set commission for each agent. We would have to take on what they tendered. So, one agent, we might be in a contract arrangement where they have 2% commission and another agent, it might be 2.7%. So some of the rates, they are competitive. They have entered at this and offered that commission rate because they wanted to be competitive and hopefully pick up the work of council. We have been very honest as well in our discussions with the real estate agents that we do not have hundreds of parcels of land that we will have offered for sale. And this certainly doesn't preclude council from continuing those negotiations and those partnership arrangements we have with investors or economic development and industry and all of those other opportunities. That does not necessarily mean that they have to go through this process. This is really for parcels of land that you've identified that didn't someone didn't pick up through a tender, wasn't successful in awarding it through a tender process, and if council just wants to list it on the open market. So things like in some of our industrial land that we may have across the region, you may choose not to list it with a real estate agent, and that's fine. That does not, entering into a contract through this process will not bind us to that.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to confirm that because I think we do have some unique parcels or projects like the Town Street, master plan, and just thinking we would like to make sure council's options are open to market those things appropriately because they'll differ. But other than that, fully supportive. Thank you for the additional information.
Councillor Potter,
No questions, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Froloff.
I'm surprised we've got 3 real estates in Nanango and no one put in for them. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, we might go to the vote then. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Committee 9.9 is branch review of NRM and parks. Mr. CEO, would you mind, first of all, the recommendation is that the report be received for information. We might get this one up. Do we have a mover for such? A mover, Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. I couldn't see your hand, Councillor Duff. I know, a bit late there, Councillor Henson, but thank you. So, Mr. CEO, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just getting my notes in. Okay, so this one is, there was an inquiry from portfolio holder Councillor Duff recently about the previous report. It was referenced in the organisational review report the other week as well, which it's been quite topical in recent days. That report was commissioned through Shepherd Services back in 2017 by the then previous CEO, Gary Wall. It took quite an extended period of time to develop and produce through some issues internally within the organisation at that time. It actually finally came down in about February 2019, even though it's dated 2018. And it certainly identified a number of areas that we could have a look at. It's been rolled out over ad hoc in different areas. Some things there wasn't how do I put it? There wasn't every recommendation would have necessarily been accepted off the cuff, and certainly there was by the protracted time period of getting the report out. As I said, I'm repeating myself, but some issues in identifying some of the cost codes and some of the data that the report relied on. In the discussions, it's actually ideal, but the one thing that it does give us is a fixed point in time going back to that 16, 17, rolling into 18 financial year. Shepherd Services are available to do a review report. The 3 dot points there would be what it would be around. Budget between Manager Watt and myself, we actually are scraping around and getting the scraps of our remaining budgets so we can cobble it together to do it so we have no financial impost. For full disclosure, I'll put in report. My preference would be if we are to do a report like this, we've done periodically looking at specific sections, as per the earlier conversation today, is to utilise Shepherds because they had the difficulty in obtaining the data at that point in time. They knew the issues associated with producing that report, and it will be an ideal opportunity. It's one of those ones where the old adage about to sit in the shade, someone years ago planted the tree. The tree was planted in 2017, and by getting the report now, we can sit in the shade and we can see what's developed, what's different. Out of this report, it would be different to that report. I've briefed Shepherds on the fact that I think both organisationally and the elected arm, we're in unison. We would like a set of clear parameters to bring back to council so that council can clearly adopt, and it'll bring all those service level discussions together. It'll bring that body of work that we've had over a period of time and it'll have basically formed the action plan for the rest of the life of this corporate plan. And also in plugging this review, it was done under the old corporate plan, which had quite different priorities. The second corporate plan it would have been in that second corporate plan. So there's quite a different focus of council at that time. And what it will do is give us the framework or the action plan, for want of a better term, to progress for the life of this corporate plan. So there's really no decision point for council. I've received a quotation. We can do it within financial report. It sits within my current delegations. It certainly, when it was raised by the councillor, it would be an excellent initiative, and we'd be very pleased to support it, because it will bring into focus some of the issues and give some clarity in a position moving forward. The one thing about it is utilising, as who would believe it's almost mid-February in the end of summer. Diaries are busy, and so just working out a program to get people together to get it done. Shepherds have given a commitment that there would be an engagement with council through a workshop process rather than an open meeting as far as the draft report. And then we would have a finalised report absolutely for consideration by the end of June, or for June meetings. And that would give us then a nice roll into the new operational and financial year. Happy to take questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yeah, let's go around the table then. Councillor Froloff. Thank you. You there, Ross? Oh, you're still on mute, Ross.
No, I'm all good. Thank you, Mayor. All good.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I look forward to, I never really saw too much of the last original review anyway, but I do look forward to this being in the discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely agree with my colleagues. I think it's timely and an important part of setting our service levels going forward. Just two questions for CEO Mark that I'm really mindful of, things that are happening while this is being undertaken, and really, I guess, maximising the findings of this report up to benchmark that baseline data from 2018. I just kind of want to understand, with the organisational review happening, does the time frame for this, help support any changes that might be recommended through this report process with that org review? And my second question is just around budget. There goes the carbo, give him away. Just in consideration, is there any way we can receive that report before the 30th of June? I'm just mindful, if we're setting out resources for this department, it would be good to have these findings aligned with our budget committee meetings. So I know it's a little bit probably very much in the hands of Shepherds, but just keen to hear from you. They're the things that are going through my mind.
Yep, thanks, Councillor. And I'll go in reverse. Impact on budget, possibly. There's a certain budget within Parks and Gardens, and it's how it's allocated and what's council's priorities. And I suppose is not everything will happen in every year. So I'm looking partly to the prioritisation of key services delivery, and as we tick one of those boxes off, be it street cleaning next year or the mowing or whatever it may be, that they roll out, and so hence I use the term over the life of the corporate plan. Will we get the report before June? Quite bluntly, no. I think given workloads and things, it's not to say we won't try, but the practical reality in talking to Shepherds is that it will be very difficult. They will be able to kick off in March, I've asked them to hold to today unless there was something significant that came out of today that I needed to play with the process. Will it support the changes in the organisational review? The organisational review, it will, and we've now plugged in on Monday afternoon to grab you guys together as far as the community engagement day to talk about the org review. But the timeline for the org review is the consultation realignment. So for tiers 1, 2, and 3, we'll come back to the ordinary meeting of February ordinary meeting for a final final draft that we can take back out to the staff of tiers 1, 2, and 3, and services delivered. And then the March ordinary meeting would be if all goes with council's consent, that would adopt tiers 1, 2, 3. We can advertise the managerial positions, whatever form they take, and then there's still the service level discussion. We have from March to 30 June to implement any reporting line changes, any changes there are, with full effect to take effect in 1st of July. The timing's actually pretty sweet because this will give us a framework. So as we're coming through together in 1st of July and looking at this as the new, this will be over this period of time, and it will run concurrently and I suppose in parallel to the budget process of developing up a set of recommendations in that framework we can roll out in the new financial year. Again, not wanting to sound defeatist or negative, but this financial year is pretty much lost to this sort of clarification and change. So, and I know certainly amongst all of us, the old Einstein quote comes out: "If you continue to do what you've always done," and that's not a criticism, nor is it a plug. It's just what other opportunities are there, and the process of the org review is about a realignment. So the two will run, I think, quite comfortably in parallel. There will be some juggling, absolutely. And if there's some resourcing implications that come out of June, well, first quarter or we can go from there. But I think the corporate plan gives very clear direction onto what needs to be achieved in this space. And then it's just pulling that work that's been done about the benchmarking and certainly the service standards. And I'm quite hopeful we'll get, if you do this, it's going to cost you that. If you do this, you're going to cost you that. If you're going to do this, and cost you that. And I might want a Mercedes, but we can afford a Commodore this year, but it doesn't mean we can't save towards the Mercedes. So not that you can buy a Commodore anymore, sadly. But anyway, that's just a personal opinion, not sanctioned by council in any way, shape or form.
I'm equally as sad that you can't buy a Commodore, CEO Mark. No, thank you. That's great context. And in listening to your comments, I can see how the three pieces will feed into each other. So thank you. Fully supportive of this, and thank you for moving so quickly on it. I think it'll be a really great measure as to where we're at, where we've been, where we're at now, and where we'd like to go. So thank you. I'm fully supportive.
Yes, thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, who are we up to now? Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm fully supportive. I asked the CEO if we could progress this, and really keen to see where we can get some more productivity and efficiency out of this. Obviously, it's timely because we're trying to work on our service levels and then inform the budget. So unfortunately, we won't get it done before the budget, but it will be part of a whole process. And it's actually absolutely in keeping with our corporate plan and our livability and lifestyle focus. So just really keen to see it happen, and keen to see what the recommendations are from the process.
Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, my fellow colleagues have covered nearly all the bases here that I had some red dots on, so I appreciate that, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Potter. So, yeah, look forward to this and fully supportive of it.
Thank you. And again, on behalf of Council, Mr. CEO, thanks for your work in bringing this forward and having those discussions with Shepherds. It'll be nice to get the report and enable us to get some objectivity around parks and gardens and how we're travelling and where we're going, and start to formulate a plan that's going to be enable us to achieve what we want to in our corporate plan. So thank you kindly. Okay, well, shall we go to the vote on this one? Those in favour? Yes, I can see hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so we're up to questions on notice. Might do them one at a time. 10.1 was a question on notice from Councillor Duff in relation to the formation of the Parks and Gardens Advisory Committee. There is a response there from our staff that process. We've had some challenges in terms of getting expressions of interest from the public, but it's now likely that along with some staff issues, of course, we all know that we've had challenges in this space with staffing for various reasons. But at this stage, we're tracking towards getting expressions of interest called in June 2022. Councillor Duff. Councillor Duff, are you comfortable with that response at this stage?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to ask questions or comment on that response? No, everyone happy? Okay, so we'll go to the vote.
You'll need a move.
We can do this.
You'll need a move.
Yes, we got a recommendation to be received and noted. Do we have a mover?
Yep.
Sorry, Mr CEO. Councillor Fryloff and seconded Councillor Duff. Thank you all. So we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Yes. 10.1 carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.2 was a question from Councillor Shoemaker in relation to the Yarraman waste facility. It was around can residents and commercial businesses in Blackbutt use the Yarraman service, and could we explore options to partner in those facilities rather than replicating the facility? And the response is provided there in quite good detail, and the recommendation is that the response to the question regarding Yarraman waste facility raised by Councillor Shoemaker be received and noted, and the council undertakes further investigations with Toowoomba Regional Council regarding the disposal of waste by residents of the South Burnett region at the proposed new waste facility located at Yarraman. So that's the recommendation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Second, Councillor Fryloff there. Councillor Shoemaker, are you comfortable with the response?
Yes, I think this is a really important conversation. I just, with the second part of the recommendation, we just add there that a report be brought back to council. Just don't want to lose sight of this opportunity and would appreciate being kept up to date. If there's some discussions that need to happen at a high level, but mayor to mayor or council to council, throughout this process, just think it's really, it could be quite opportune for both of us. And to be honest, with that waste facility at Yarraman, if there were commercial negotiations to actually have to, engage or pay a sum to Toowoomba to make this happen, I think we need to open our minds to this opportunity. There could be costs, on the ground. Certainly appreciate, as we've discussed today, the challenges with waste levies and calculations of fees and all of those things, but it would just make no sense at all to build another facility in Blackbutt or expand on our facility if we could partner and invest in the Toowoomba one and get the same outcome. So, I'm just keen to keep an eye on this one. So that's my only request. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. So thanks, Liddell. We've just added that'll come back to a future standing committee meeting. You're comfortable with that? Councillor Fryloff, you as well. Thank you. Anything further, councillors, before we wrap this up? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That's 10.2. 10.3 was a question from, this one was from me, in relation to imposing fines for people who drop rubbish on our roads or dump rubbish illegally, whether it's a state government matter. The response is provided there. We've got a recommendation that there is shown, just get that up, that the response regarding illegal dumping and littering raised by the Mayor be received and noted. So I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder? Yep, seconder. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Sorry, no, can I give that one to Councillor Henson? He's got that piece of paper up in the air, so I can't miss it. Well done. General Manager May, would you mind just giving us a just a quick overview on this. I don't want to drag the meeting any longer, but just a really quick overview, and then we can field any questions from councillors on this as to what you're recommending there.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. But yeah, I might just hand over to Manager Mike, who put the report together, so he's more over it than I am.
Thank you.
Thanks, General Manager. Through the Mayor. Yes, in relation to the question, it is. I have the information there under the Waste Reduction and Recycling Act, where it lies. General public can report littering through the department's website, illegal littering, and they have to provide information, evidence, and a statutory declaration if they observe littering. So I've just updated a bit of a process of what we've been following. As council aware, we have the officer under the funding in relation to the waste reduction funding, and our litter officer for littering and illegal dumping, Marina. She has been kicking some goals, and I just had a bit of a process there of what we've been doing. Basically, up to now, we haven't. I cannot find a lot of areas where we have issued fines in the recent past. But that's not to say that it hasn't ever been done. But having regard, at the moment, we haven't. She hasn't issued any fines. She's gone through a process of negotiation with the litterer and the offender. And I put down at the back there, because I asked her to give me some stats, and she's received an 85% success rate, which I think is fairly, in the 6 months that she's been on the job. I think that's fairly significant, and I think that's a great response. Not to say that down the track we will have recalcitrant litterers that we may have to issue fines. And I have alluded there that there is a bit of a process there that we need to have our administration process just fine-tuned to cater for that. But basically there are fines, and I've alluded to them there. $275 for an individual, or $1,378 for a corporation for littering, for legal dumping. Sorry. So there are. Basically, they're the facts, and we will pursue the littering and enforcement of legal dumping down the track, and provide council further information as for committee on how that's going.
Thank you,
thanks,
Manager. And so really in your response, what you indicate at the stage is that our process that we've been adopting to this point has been quite effective. 85% is a really good number. You're very comfortable with that process?
Yes, through the Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Froloff, other councillors, anything to add? Sorry, General Manager, yes.
I was just going to add on, with Mike probably not having the history, we have in the past issued fines. The new, and it was probably we'd issue a fine, but we'd still then be responsible for the clean-up and that. But with the dedicated officer, it has been that change of approach of trying to do the investigations, putting the signage out, contacting the people and allowing them the opportunity to rectify the situation and clean up. So we're not actually bearing the cost of the clean-up. And so then the fines, we're not issuing fines because they've rectified and cleaned it up as that warning. And we haven't had the situation where someone's done it twice where we would proceed with the fine. So yeah, it was probably just a change of approach, whereas the previous it was if we could investigate, some of them were difficult and they just get sent off to Spurs. So it was difficult to recover. It was just noting that change of address. So we have issued it in the fines and would still in the past and look at it in the future. But yeah, it was just highlighting that the current approach has been quite successful. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. Council, is everyone comfortable with that at this stage? What the staff are doing? Yep. No further questions? Councillor Schumacher?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I did read, that there would have to be ECM processes updated to issue PINs or transfer to SPUR now. And so I just wanted to understand with the business systems review and the work that's happening there, is this in the pipeline? Because I certainly think it's wonderful that we've got an 85% success rate. and that we're trying to change that behaviour in a positive way. But, in the instances where we do actually have to clean up the mess and we're not recouping anything for those costs, I do think the fine process is appropriate. So just if it's a matter of updating our systems and things, I just want to make sure that was in the pipeline, GMO May.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we can note that it certainly isn't one of the sort of priority projects we're working on at the moment because it is a low volume transaction. But yeah, definitely will note and something that if we can have it included. And that was probably previously some of the issue with issuing fines can be just that follow up is a little bit messy. So that is the idea of trying to streamline that. But no, definitely that's in the list.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So we'll go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Committee, that now brings our meeting to a close at 12 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance, be it in person or virtually today, and have a wonderful rest of day. Thank you all.